we're live, maybe. I think that's it. It's always a challenge whenever I go live. I always have to make sure that the camera's working, audio is working, which I think it is working. Still have that smoke alarm going off too. Of course. Let's see here. What's up, Andrew's Repair Shop? How you doing, buddy? What's up, Fresh Fresher? What up? How you guys doing? Real quick, I'm checking my email. I'm waiting on some new bits to come in. New, you know, like 4mm bits. I ordered some from iFixit. The ones that I have are like super, they're still out for delivery. Armory God, what up, buddy? Woo! Yeah, since I have the audio working, we can always switch to the microscope now too, which is cool. So I was thinking, if you guys want, at some point, we could maybe work on a CB radio, and I can kind of walk through how to do it. I think that'd be kind of fun. Be cool. Sure, we could probably figure something out, make something work. To be honest, I missed that part of high school actually a little bit. We actually did dissect a frog in high school in 10th grade, but I don't remember much of how to do it. So unfortunately, I think you have the wrong channel. I could solder a new HDMI port into a frog, maybe. Okay, I'm just kidding. That would be interesting. Yeah, once you cut open a frog, at least for me, I've never put a frog back together. And I've only cut one open once. And I don't even think I was one that cut it open. I think a group of some friends of mine actually cut it open. And it was almost like a Saw torture movie type situation, because the frog that we had to cut open in high school, it was almost like someone had to do it. And so we were like, we have no choice but to do this. None of us wanted to cut it open, and we ended up having to do it. That's funny. Yeah, I don't have any fresh frogs here anyways today. One thing I did buy that I'm curious to try out is because I've been complaining so much about my drill being so heavy. Whenever I work on like 100 PS5s, that whenever they do come in, or not the 100 PS5s, but like the screws. There's like, I mean, I don't know how many screws there's got to be at least like 30 or 40 screws in the PS5. But I'm talking about that metal plate where you got all those screws, and after so long, the drill is so heavy, and it just feels like I'm gonna drop it. So I ended up getting one of these really cheap electric screwdrivers. This one is by Hart. You can find this at Walmart for like 20 bucks. So I figured I would try it. And right now it's still charging, but that seems like it'll work. So I'm gonna wait till it's fully charged and I'll run it through its paces and see how it works for me. It's got an 18650 in it. I opened it up because I was like, well, at first it was dead and I didn't quite realize. I thought it just was like really weak. And I took it apart hoping to maybe, because I have a couple of 18650 batteries that are good in the back. I was thinking about just taking one and putting it in this, an extra one, and then like doubling the voltage. The charger for this is a 6.8 volt charger, 200 milliamps for it, which is, it's like a trickle charge almost. And the battery is 3.8 volts, which I thought was very interesting because, shouldn't you have roughly, well, I guess maybe having more voltage, you can charge it faster. I don't know. Maybe that's what it is. I'm not sure. Also, by the way, yesterday's video, if you guys have seen it, it wasn't supposed to be a negative. It was supposed to be more of a funny video, but also just like trying to figure out how to run a repair business the correct way. I guess I'm not. It's a totally new thing for me, trying to learn how to run a repair business. So it kind of came across as sarcastic but funny. But I don't know. I'm sorry if you guys took it the wrong way and it was negative. I don't mean to be negative. I don't want to put a negative front on, I feel like there's enough negative in the world, and I think that there should be a little bit more positivity. And, but at the same time, there's a lot of negative things that happen in life, But, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I bought this just to try it. 20 bucks at Walmart. I mean, you can't really beat it. They had a cheaper brand that was the Hyper Tough, which I didn't really feel super comfortable buying it. I don't know the quality of it, and it was like 17 bucks. And this one, the other one was more like a pistol style, right? And then this one's like a vertical, up and down. And so I thought, well, I used to use this old IKEA electric screwdriver, and I used to hold it just like this with the handle extending out, and I would just use the operative like that. So I figured I would just get a vertical one and just give it a try, see how I like it. So that's my haha micro mage. What's up, buddy? Yesterday I worked on a 360, which I mentioned in the video. What's up, Cryptic? I saw some recently that's shaped like a pen. Yeah, a good friend of mine actually just bought one, and it's like, it's pretty much like one you would use for like maybe cell phones. And he said he tried it on a Game Boy Color today because that's originally what he was going to use it for, and it didn't even have enough torque to undo one of the Game Boy screws. So, and some of those screws are torqued pretty hard, but I mean, the fact that it didn't have enough torque just was like, well, that kind of stinks, nonetheless. But, I mean, I know there are more expensive electric screwdrivers out there, but I mean, this is really light. This may not even, this may be a pound, and my drill, wherever that is, this is a 20 volt D-roll drill. And, after so long, because I would literally just hold it like this and just, go onto the PS5, and eventually, holding your arm out like this, and it gets tiring really quick. This has got to be maybe 2 pounds, maybe that. Oh yeah, most definitely. The pen drivers, yeah, they do. I I've never used one, so I don't really have an opinion on it. But I thought, okay, so like for instance, I know that Tronix Fix was using the Wow stick for some time, and I thought I thought about getting one at one point or another, but maybe for like Nintendo Switch, because there's a decent amount of screws in Nintendo Switch, and I feel like I'd probably be able to work on a Switch a lot faster if I had one of those. But because to be honest, I feel like this is a little overkill for the Switch. I don't know if I'll use it. Maybe not. I never use the drill on the Switch. You could, but it just wouldn't make sense for me. Use an old assembly line torque driver. Oh yeah, that's nice. That is nice. Yeah, even like with the drill, I had it set to the lowest torque setting because like especially if you're working with plastic, even one is a little bit over for torque. I don't even know what it is. I mean, it's still got a decent amount of torque in it. Still, it doesn't let go for a second. So sometimes you can strip screws with it. Not super often though. Like you can get away with like screws in like an Xbox One. As long as you're careful, it'll be fine. But like some of the screws in like the PS4 Slim and Pro, there's so many tiny screws that I feel like a driver like the Wow stick that Tronix Fix was using a while back, something like that, I think would probably work a little bit better. But I don't know. I haven't never tried one. I'm still waiting for my my bits for. Okay, so I'll explain it in a second. Hold on, let me check the tracking. It's supposed to be here. Okay, it originally said between 11:30 a.m. and 12:30, but now it says 2:30. So we'll see what happens. But the bits are, I ordered 3 of each: T8, T9, T10. Wow, sticks are bad. Kill the motor working in console. That's funny. Yeah, I believe it. Probably overworking it so hard because those are probably more main. They're probably made for like phones and stuff like that. Well, Micro, what do you think? Do you think it would work for Switch maybe, or like work well for Switch? Because I might buy one if that's the case. And then another thing, the those bits I bought T8, T9, T10. I bought 3 of each from iFixit because the bits that I have been using are these cheap Chinese ones, and mine are they're wore out. They are done. They're ready to put to rest. Yeah, I might. Okay, so I might buy one eventually. Because sometimes you'll have some days where you'll just be working on a ton of switches. It's so funny because sometimes it'll just only be Xbox or only be PlayStation. Then sometimes it's a mixture. It's kind of funny. It's interesting. The other day I worked on it was a Ranger radio, CB radio. Um, it had blown finals in it. So on the CB, when you key down the mic, the radio will it'll produce a carrier at a certain amount of watts, and then when you talk into the radio, it will actually swing. Will drive that power, right? It'll amplify it. And this radio was only it was dead keying, producing a carrier about 4 watts and swinging to about 8, which it should have swung to about 30. So it ended up having bad finals in it. So I changed those out. Dude, yeah, the PS5 is killer, man. The PS5 is like, I like getting them in. It's the same thing with the Series X. There's so many screws in that too. I mean, obviously not like the PS5, but it's like there's just so many screws that doesn't make sense. Like why need that many screws? Like for real. But yeah, I ended up fixing that CB, and then there was an amplifier that I fixed with it that probably was the cause of blowing the finals in that radio. It's essentially like the radio, when you dead key and it goes to an amplifier that amplifies more watts. It, you know, the radio will drive that amp to turn on, and then the amp will amplify it even more. Well, I think one of the wires for the output on the amplifier was bad solder joints. I fixed that, and then it was good again. So now the amp is doing good, and it's back to the customer, and all that is all done. So it was cool, nonetheless. I like working on CBs sometimes. It's something new. It's challenging. It really tests your brain, and I feel like one of the things that you know, Mr. Beast has talked about in the past. If you don't know Mr. Beast, famous YouTuber, you know, and I've heard it not just from him, but I've heard it from other people too. It's just to always try to keep your mind always learning new things, so that, you know, you keep your mind plastic and moldable, and you know, you won't become so stuck in your ways. Try to keep an open mind, because if you're so set on one way being the right way, and you don't possibly listen to somebody else's way, and you find out that your way is not correct, you know, it can apply to a lot of areas in life. And what I'm talking about mainly is like the method of doing things. You know, your method on how you accomplish a task. If there is an easier way to solder something, if there's an easier way to get the same quality work in half the time, or, you know, something like that. Obviously that could be taken the wrong way too. You don't want to cut corners. That's not what I'm saying, but you want to you don't want to take too much extra time on something which could take a lot less time and still have the same result, or very, very close resembling result. At least that's the way I look at it. So yeah, like whenever I think about ways to do things, I always try to be as open as possible to move forward. You know, honestly, Cryptic, yeah, most definitely. I feel like I've covered a lot of different things already that I'm not sure what else to cover offhand. Like I did one video, and I feel like I probably could cover it a little bit better. Actually, I did two different videos that I thought, actually there's a couple, there's like 3 different videos. The t-shirt is actually, so if you see my 24-hour video, I had a job at T-Mobile, and it was through a company called Assurant. Good company, but they ended up letting us go, probably T-Mobile's decision. But it's a cell phone that's like in pieces. That's basically what it is. So, Cryptic, to answer your question, I did a video about MOSFETs that I think I'm probably going to redo, or redo another video, because I kind of botched it a little bit. Kind of screwed it up. It is what it is, though. And the other video that I think would be good to redo as well is my video on voltage injection and how to understand it. It's like voltage injection is so easy to understand. Once I got once I understood it, I was like, wow, this is stupidly easy to understand. Like, you could totally understand this. You know, I'm not saying anybody could, but the logic is pretty straightforward, and it makes complete sense. You know, if you understand electronics enough, you know, it's pretty easy. And then, okay, I guess, like, I mean, covering different methods on soldering, I mean, that'd be a fun video, but I feel like maybe I've covered that a lot already. I don't know. You know, one thing I would like to do is eventually invest in maybe a pair of micro tweezers, I think, hot tweezers, you know, maybe a pair of those and a micro pencil. I think that would be really nice. My friend Ryan that I talked about before in a couple of videos, He actually has the Weller micro pencil, and he also has the Hacko micro pencil and the Hacko tweezers. So I got a chance to play around with them and see how I like them. The micro pencil for the Hacko, I would absolutely say that piece is a must-have for working on like iPads and iPhones, and just really small components. That thing worked so well. Save money on the tweezers. Yeah, honestly, dude, the tweezers themselves, I wasn't actually super impressed with. I like the one thing about the tweezers, I will say, with hot tweezers, is that they do work. But if okay, for instance, if you watch Northridge Fix, you've seen him, sometimes he'll use his hot tweezers, right? But then he'll bring in the hot air with the hot tweezers. And you know why he does that is because the heat transfer onto like a larger capacitor and such, it's not enough. There's not enough. You can do filters, like if you want to change out, I mean, the tweezers can be worth it. I can see it with like maybe a touch filter, a backlight filter, or something like that. That's totally cool. But anything that has a larger heat, like, you know, thermal mass, you might as well just use hot air and tweezers. That's my opinion. So I'm with you on that. Tweezers. Yeah, exactly. I can't agree with you more, Micro. Yeah, Cryptic, that'd be cool. I'll do my best. Obviously, I don't know everything about, you know, soldering and electronic repair. My knowledge is like, I would say, it's like I know a little bit about a lot of different subjects, and electronics I know like a little bit. I know a little bit. That's it. I won't ever say that I know a lot about it. Let's see. And let it go. Oh, you know what, Mike, you're totally right. I did that before, and it does help. It does help. Obviously, it lowers melting temperature, so that's, you know, that does definitely help. Oh, okay. So you like the Weller one? Is that okay? Just so we're on the same page. Um, the one that Ryan had, it basically has like a 3.5 millimeter headphone jack on the end of the actual iron tip. So when you swap it out of the handle, is that how yours is? Oh, gotcha, Mike. Okay, yeah, you can do that too. A lot of the time, if I go to do that, I mean, a lot of times I'll just use hot air. What's up, Italian Retro Guy? What's up, Guido? My dude. And blob crossbow pads. You can, but larger SMD components, you're gonna have to use a. I mean, you can. Depends on the thermal mass of the board, and and your how many watts your iron can produce going into that component, I would say. Okay, interesting. You know what? I haven't done enough research on it, but I really appreciate it, dude. Okay, so 2.5 millimeter. Is it still a headphone jack on that one? 2.5 millimeter. Did my bits deliver yet? I gotta check. Nope, still out for delivery. They're not here yet. Come on, iFixit. Come on. Deliver my stuff, please. Yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, I feel like most of the time I'll just use, like, if I'm having a real struggle getting a component off, like on a game console board, it's in my opinion, it seems to be best that you use hot air to remove like a capacitor rather than just an iron, because I feel like I can never get enough heat to the component to remove it. Even if I'm using like my knife blade, across both sides of the cap or whatever, it doesn't seem to work for me. But how often am I actually, removing a capacitor from a game console board? It's very, very rare. almost never. I'd say my two favorite pieces of equipment I've ever bought. Most technicians could get away with using hot air, microscope, and a soldering iron. Well, and a multimeter. You want a multimeter. There's like 4 pieces of equipment that you could probably get away with and do most jobs yourself. Obviously, you want good tweezers. You know, tweezers are gonna make your life that much easier. I would say that too. You know, I try to think of like what could make my life easier when I buy it. You know, what would make my work take a lot go a lot faster. Yeah, I could agree with you on that. Like, I know my pace definitely beats out the Hacko 951, or is it FX 951? I think. I mean, that iron, the Hacko is 70 watt, and then this one is 120. And I mean, the recovery on this pace is just absolutely insane. I think it's about 7 seconds. Well, let me just check. Let me fire it up real quick. 5, 6, 7, like 6, 7 seconds, and this thing's already ready to go. So I mean, we're already melting solder with this, you know, already. Like, all right, I'll show you. I'll give a quick demonstration. Let me show you. I'll grab a different tip so it's not so it's cold. So here's another tip. Here's some solder. Let's turn on the fume extractor real quick. Okay, I turn on the iron. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, we should be there. Okay, I'd say 9 seconds. This is a big tip, though. I mean, look at this. We're melting solder right now. Look at that. 8, 7, 8, 9 seconds. You know, this is a bigger tip, but whatever. You know, but it's melting solder already. Exactly. Yep, I'm with you on that. This pace, it's like, I would buy another one of these in a heartbeat, to be honest. I have not heard of that one, but let me take a look. I'll just quickly Google it. Oh, is this one of the irons that what's his name just reviewed recently? Jesse from VCC Board Repairs. JBC clone. Okay. I know a lot of people are like JBC Master Race, and to be honest, I've never used JBC, so I don't know how I feel about it necessarily, but you know, the way I see it right now is you've got entry level stuff, you got mid grade stuff, and then you have like hyper professional stuff. And I feel like maybe where JBC is like hyper professional, mid grade, hyper professional. The pay station here is definitely mid grade. Yeah. Oh, I can only imagine. I haven't used Hacko enough to really make a decision on that, but I know I used Hacko growing up. You know, when I was younger, I used Hacko, and the Hacko I used had like that ceramic heating element in it, and always had to like undo the little nut and like slide it off, slide the tip out, put a new one on, slide it back together. And what I used to do when I had like a Chinese iron that mimicked that Hacko 936 is I literally had a drawer with like 3 irons in it with different tips, and I would literally just unplug and plug my other tip in, you know, my other iron. And then my buddy Ryan was like, Chase, he's like, you need to get yourself a Pace ADS 200. He's like, it's going to be a night and day difference. And that it was. And I've had this iron for almost 4 years now. It'll be 4 years next year in January. And it literally, I'm still using this tip right here. I bought in January of 2019. I'm still using it today. Then this tip actually, this knife blade. No, I replaced this knife blade. Okay, so I can't speak for that. But this one I've been using for almost 4 years. Just that one tip. It's getting old now, but I still use it. 951 way better than 888. Oh yeah, I think the 888 is like that is like I think it's like almost the same handle as the 936 that I grew up with. It still has that nut on it, I think. Okay. You know, I know that you can still get the same quality or similar quality, and then it's just like, well, the name is, you know, it has a different name on it. I get that, but I don't know 100% either. Dude, for real. This tip, I think I probably damaged it somehow, maybe dropped it or whatever, but to be honest, I still use it. I use this if I'm doing like, if I've got to come up, it's a conical angled tip. If I got to come up and do some like really fine stuff, like I use this for jumper wire. Tips I ever put, yeah. You know, I know a lot of people were talking about using, so you know, you've got the quick 861 DW, right? That's what I have. And you know, I know a lot of people have talked about there's this one, and then they have the, what is it? The Atten station that's like maybe 60-70 bucks cheaper that a lot of people use. And it's like similar quality, and some people even say it's better. I'm not sure. Oh, that's interesting. Thanks, Guido. I did not know that. I know nothing about that particular iron. I'm guessing it's just like a Chinese clone from what I can see. Oh, it looks like you can buy it on Injured Gadgets, actually. Which, if you're familiar here in the States, it says like about $153 from Injured Gadgets. Let me see, how many watts is that? Because I'm actually curious. Holy crap, 200 watts. Wow. Okay, that's a lot. That's a lot. Supernovas. Yeah. Do you use the quick or do you use the Atten? I'm guessing you use the Atten. What's up, Robert? Welcome back, buddy. Interesting. Okay, so you do use the Atten. Yeah. So is the Atten that you're using, is it 1,000 watts? Like the quick? I know. Well, obviously you have different stations, you know, that can produce, you know, different, you know, power output, but you know. Oh, gotcha. Italian or Guido, what station what hot air station do you use right now? Do you, Mike? Yeah. Is that Weller? Is that's a hot air station? Interesting. Oh, that's what's up, Robert. Well, welcome, buddy. Thanks for coming out. To be honest, I had I did some work for my friend Ryan, and he actually ended up buying me the Quick. He was just like, "Well, if you do a couple jobs for me, I'll just buy you a Quick Station." So that's what I ended up doing. I don't remember where he got it from. I think he got it on Amazon. I think it was like probably over 300 bucks or something like that for this Quick Station, and this Quick Station compared to my Chinese hot air is like a night and day difference as well. I mean, this thing gets up to temperature so fast, and it's like time is money when you're in repair and the repair business and all of that. And okay, like for instance, I'll tell you this. So my dad's got an old Pace station, and it's one of those ones where it's looks like it's the Sensitip one. It says SR4, SR-4 on the front of it. So I'm not 100% sure what model it is. It's older. But it has it's got three attachments. He's got the iron, and he's got the solder sucker on it. And the cool thing is you can hook up three different things to it, but it takes so long for the iron to heat up. I mean, we're talking like maybe almost 2 minutes, at least almost 2 minutes. Yeah, Guido, honestly, I hate having to take the the hot air nozzle off the stand in order to change the temp. I think it's kind of ridiculous. I wish I could just change it on hand. Oh, dude, I know. That's why when I mean, even the 7 seconds I had to wait for the pace to turn on, I'm like, come on, pace, turn on. But it's like, honestly, dude, it keeps me patient. Info on screen. So can see better when the QR code info. Robert, are you talking about the sign on the door? What do you mean by working or something? Still running. Yeah, I'm not sure. He might be talking about something that has like a large thermal mass, maybe. I'm talking about Guido, our Italian retro guy. It's probably when I say that has like a large thermal mass, I mean it's like when you take a large soldering iron tip like this. The larger the tip, the better chance you have at transferring the heat from the tip into the board. If you're working on like an Xbox One, where I mean even well maybe not the PS5, but the Series X and the Series S, like okay, anything above the Xbox One S, the thermal mass on those Xbox boards, it's like the board is literally made of copper, like entirely, because the board's just so thick that it takes so much heat to to remove through whole parts. It's ridiculous, even parts that are on the board. And let me see. Dude, for real, man. These motherboards are no joke. You basically have to cook the board anytime you want to remove something. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Yeah, mainly I use the knife tip for. I mean, I use the knife tip when I need to like uh, work on like a heavier gauge wire or a large grounding area, especially like HDMI ground pins. Yeah, whatever. I like to use those for that. What's up, Dad? Thank you for joining in. You're amazing. Oh, well, that makes more sense. Yeah. Yeah, those boards are ridiculous. Absolutely insane. They're so thick. They are some thick boys. See you later, buddy.
Yeah, I'm going, Chase.
Yeah, you too, man. Wonder if there's something going on with Facebook Messenger. Something's broken, maybe. School. Oh. I'm gonna check my tracking again. I'm always obsessively checking tracking. It still says out for delivery. It's still not here yet. Hopefully it'll show up eventually. Thanks, Robert. I did my best to cover what I knew about the Cobra and how to modify it. I didn't cover everything. There's a lot more that, like, for instance, when we do work on CB radios, there's actually a little bit more that we do, like aligning the receive circuit and also aligning the transmitter and setting the meter for the correct adjustment, you know, because these, you know, game consoles, CB radios, tablets, phones, things are built on an assembly line, you know. Not everything is going to get checked. You know, you check maybe 10 out of 1,000 or so. You know, I mean, it depends, you know, obviously. Like, for instance, I remember I worked at Whirlpool and built washing machines, and, you know, they would check every single unit to make sure that it was at least functioning before it left. But they're not going to sit and run every single unit to make sure that it's going to last 1,000 loads, you know? Absolutely. Yeah, I guess it's kind of, I mean, I don't know if I can really explain thermal mass like a, I mean, yeah, it's basically what Micro said. A motherboard is like a giant heat sink, and if you know, heat sinks are supposed, or they're designed to pull heat away and dissipate it when a fan blows on it. Well, motherboards are like a giant heat sink, so you give it heat, the heat is dissipating, you know, throughout the rest of the board, you know. I mean, obviously not super well, but it's, you know, so if you have enough concentrated heat on one area, eventually you're going to melt solder. And so there's a large thermal mass there, and when you put an iron on like a joint that is like ground, which is a lot of the thermal mass, because ground is all over the board, it takes a lot of heat sometimes to melt that solder for ground. And since electronics are used with a lot of lead-free solder, it takes a lot more heat. And so you gotta really heat up the board, especially with HDMI connectors on the Series X. Those are crazy. That's interesting. Yeah. So, did you guys see the video from yesterday? Figure I would try this real quick. It doesn't seem too bad, honestly. For 20 bucks, I feel like you can't really beat it. Don't worry. By the way, Cryptic, don't worry. There's so much to learn, and I wouldn't stress yourself out with it too much. And some of the stuff, it does take time to understand it. And like I said, I don't know everything either, so. Yeah, I know what you mean, Guido. Yeah, and this isn't. It's a new toy for me. Um, it's a Hart electric screwdriver that I got from Walmart here in the States. I don't know if there's Walmarts across country, but it's basically a giant super store. Anyways, this it was $20 from Walmart, and I needed something that was a little bit lighter than my drill, because my drill, once you are holding it like this for so long, trying to take out PS5 screws, it gets really heavy and really annoying really fast. So, you're sitting there like this, and I'm just trying to take them all up. Just for instance, Chase, how much you charge? So, funny enough, I will be completely open and transparent about this. So, so when I first started working out of the shop, I was charging way too much money, and I kind of realized that, at least for myself. When you're in a different demographic of people, like when you say, like, if you're working for people that have more money, you can probably charge a little bit more, okay? Especially if you live in an area where it costs more money to live. So for me, at the time, I was charging $220 out the door, and we cover everything in the HDMI circuit. So, if I have a PS5 that comes in and it has broken pads, broken traces, bad display chip, or anything, I cover everything for the price. So you're pretty much going to pay me X amount of dollars, and you're going to leave out of here with your console working, of course, if it's fixable. However, I kind of realized that after talking to some of my customers that I was the most expensive around, and not everyone needs that all-in-one service. And that can be argued. That if you don't, if you want to offer a flat rate that covers everything, I think that's probably best, but it might not work for everyone. So for me, just recently, I decided to be a little bit more competitive, since I kind of trying to figure out how to run a business the best way possible and what works for my community, etc., etc., etc. So what I did is I called around to different shops to see what they are charging, and I realized, yes, I am the most expensive, but the most expensive besides me was You Break I Fix, which was charging $200. And we all know You Break I Fix. We don't know what kind of quality. There's no quality control. There's no quality control with every business anyways, because every business is not going to produce the same type of work. You can go to 100 different mechanics, and they might tell you all similar things. However, you don't know what type of work they're going to be doing. You don't know. So anyway, so it comes down to price. So what I came up with was my dad always used this saying, and I'm going to reiterate because he put it in chat. The bitterness of poor quality remains long after the sweetness of low price is forgotten. So a lot of people will call around to different shops to get the lowest price, but the problem is the lower price doesn't always mean still good quality. So even though I spent $20 on this, it was only $20, and I don't know how the quality is gonna be, but let's test it. Let's try it out and see. I'll let you guys know what I think of it. Because I'm gonna be doing my daily grind with HDMI ports and all that. So it's like, but it was $20, so I don't really care. But if it was a PS5, my machine that costs X amount of dollars, I want to get it taken somewhere that knows what they're doing. And I think the one thing that I want to do with my customers is be as transparent as I can. And I feel like the best way to do that is to have my YouTube channel, and you guys can see the work. You can see what kind of work is coming out of my shop, and I'm 100%, you can see what I do, So that's one of the things that I think is very important, is that the customer knows what kind of work I'm producing. I'm not just taking it to the back like I used to. When taking it to the back, I'm being funny, but because obviously the bench used to be in the back, but I'm not taking it to the back and just sitting there and just, using a heat gun to remove it, an unregulated heat gun with, that's going up to 700 degrees or whatever. Anyways, all I'm trying to say is that, you don't know what kind of work you're getting, And so I want to be as transparent with my customers as I can to let them know what I'm doing. That way they can feel more comfortable about it when they spend some money with me. So right now, I offer 2 services. If you want the PlayStation 5 fixed today, it's $160 out the door. If you want it fixed, if you want to wait a day, it's $120. So I called around, and the lowest price I could find was a shop that just opened up. It's actually a game shop that's about maybe 3-4 miles up the road. They charge $120. And I don't know if it's the same day service or not, but the problem is I remember talking to them, and one of the ladies there that was working that day said her husband had just bought a bunch of equipment to learn how to fix them. And I thought to myself, he's just now buying equipment and he's offering the service. That's a little scary to me because, you know, in my case, I've been fixing game consoles for roughly 10 years. And so I've been soldering for even longer than that, roughly 12, almost 13 years. So if you think about it, you know, I have a lot more experience under my belt, yet he's charging $100 less than when I was charging $220. He's charging $100 less than what I was charging. Skill isn't cheap, cheap isn't skilled. Bro, that is such a good analogy. What's up, Jose? Dude, and that's because, you know, I don't know. I get that though. 50, that's kind of tough. Yeah, so you know, typically I can have I usually tell customers, just because it gives me a little bit extra time just in case if there is any other issues, you know, I always let the customer know. It takes an hour to hour and a half at the tops. If anything pops up, like if I have my daughter here or whatever, and she needs a snack, you know, or she needs help, you know, putting a movie on or whatever, you know, I can take a couple minutes and go and do that. But if I tell the customer, yeah, you got it in, you know, I can have it done in a half hour. Now I got to rush and try to meet that expectation. However, if I deliver it in under an hour and I still didn't rush the job, now the customer's expectations are, you know, they feel a little bit better about what I just did and they can move forward. So anyways, the thing is most shops around my area, the lowest is 120, the highest is 200. So I think meeting in the middle at 160 was a great median for me. Plus, I'm transparent with my work, so maybe I can have some monopoly, who knows? So that's what I'm trying to do. And yeah, my dad has always told me, and this really common analogy saying, it's better to pay a tech than to make it a wreck, 100% of the time. And I can actually say this for 100% fact. So back in 2016, so roughly 5-6 years ago, I had gotten an iPhone 6 that needed a new battery because it would die after like 50%. It would just shut down. So I actually took that phone to a phone repair shop that's actually still down the road here, and I paid them like $60 to change the battery. And the reason I didn't do it myself was, number one, I was actually a little too afraid of doing cell phones at the time, which is, it kind of makes me laugh now because cell phones, they were intimidating to me. And I worked on game consoles. What was funny is I actually walked into the business and they were like, "Are you Chase, the Xbox guy?" And I was like, "How do you know me?" He's like, "Dude, you're all over Facebook." That was actually kind of funny. But yeah, I mean, I used to fix and mod game consoles all the time. It was all I did. But I was so unfamiliar with cell phones that I didn't want to screw up my phone. So I was like, well, I'll take it to somebody that actually knows what they're doing. Today, I know how to work on all phones, so it doesn't matter. I have a ton of experience now. Yeah, so, you know, and trying to let customers know that it's important that not every shop is going to deliver the same quality of work either. And that's so hard to explain to people because I mean, I would have people call around, they'd ask me my price, and then they'd be like, all right, and then never call back. The problem is like, if you charge too much, you know, plus they don't know what kind of quality of work, you know, you're going to get. But of course, I try to keep an open mind. So, you know, if you guys have a different way, I might listen to it and, you know, take you up on your advice or your wisdom, you know. So I try to think through different things. But yeah, so right now, I charge the same for Series X and PS5. And I feel like, you know, I've gotten a lot of customers so far, maybe 3, 4 customers, 5 customers ish, you know, each Series X and PS5. And I think I had one customer did for 120, and the rest of them all did 160. And then we also offer an ultimate package as well that I think, you know, if you own your own repair shop, you should consider this too. This is a freebie for you. You know, as a business owner now that I've kind of been trying to figure out how to do business, which I'm still trying. But one thing that my dad brought up is having a package. I think it's important to that when you have a customer come in, you might not see another customer, and also if they need a service, offer it to them, right? So for instance, we have a lot of consoles that come in like that have, I'll show you real quick. I'm going to pull up a picture here. So this customer, let me see if I can show it on camera here. So you probably can't see it too much, but it's a PS5, right? And the fan was just caked with dust. Okay. Now, here's the thing. If I'm opening up a PS5 and I see it's caked with dust, I'm going to offer the customer the ultimate package, which is $40 on top of what I'm already charging them. So we're going to, if they're going to do the 160 package, I can offer them the extra $40. So we're going to top out at $200, right? Which was close to my original price anyways, right? And if they need the service, we clean out the console for them. And of course you can take, at least what I was doing is for the liquid metal, take a Q-tip and you can kind of respread that liquid metal on there a little bit better. And now you have a better surface for the liquid metal for the die of the processor plus the heatsink, right? And you clean out the power supply, the whole case and everything of all the dust. You just made an extra $40 and it cost you a few minutes of work, but now it's going to save them in the long run because when they get their console home and their console's not caked with dust, now the console's going to last long for them and you're going to be in much better shape because they're not calling you because their console's overheating, you know? So if they have, you know, let me see here. Wow, that's awesome, man. That's awesome, Jose. It depends. It depends on the situation. Charging a diagnostic fee, it depends. Like for instance, if it's like you bring me a motherboard and you need to know what's wrong with it, like if you have a weird no power issue or something, I'll probably charge like 20 or 40 bucks for, you know, because it's like, it's my time, it's my knowledge, you know, basically pointing you in the right direction. And then you could have, like for instance, a Nintendo Switch that charges in one direction or doesn't charge in another direction. Like it charges at 5 volts one direction, charges at nothing at the other direction. Typically that's going to be one problem, but it could be smaller issues, but typically that's going to be one problem. And if you're going to do that, the customer's typically going to just have you do it, you know, especially if you have that type of knowledge. They're probably just going to be like, well, I will literally pay you because you know what you're talking about. So I mean, I've had so many situations like that. You know, I think being as transparent with the customer, this is just from my own experience, but of course I keep an open mind, so I want to, you know, learn different ways. If what I'm doing is not the right way, I'm willing to listen to other people just to see what works, you know. Oh yeah, most definitely. Yeah, B2B is definitely different for me too. It's pretty much a flat rate, you know, most of the time. If not, you know, a little more, but yeah, typically it always changes. Yep, absolutely. All right, Cryptic, you want a crash course on diagnose? I'm trying to think if I have any. Oh, you know, well, I do have something I could show you. Let me see here. This one, the customer actually never came to pick up if it's here somewhere. No. This is not it either. I had it somewhere. It was a switch light board that I actually talked about in a video. This is a regular switchboard. This one, the EMMC is dead. This is actually another customer gave me this one, which is kind of funny. EMMC is dead on this switch. Probably could be fixed, but I'm not going to spend my time on it. This was a switch light I bought, this motherboard. It had liquid damage really bad. I thought about just saving it for a rainy day just to like be crazy and fix it, but to be honest, sometimes liquid damage is so bad that it gets in the layers and it's so bad it doesn't even make sense to fix. You can't fix it unless you are insane. Absolutely, sure. And then if you don't crack the back glass or whatever, removing it, then whatever, either way. Or if they need a back glass or something. The Art of Electronics book is great. Okay, so I was talking, Robert, remember when I was talking to you and David, I believe David McBride, I think it was him. He mentioned something about getting Discord together, and I think I got it, so you can just look up my name on Discord, you might find it, I don't know. Let me go see if I have that motherboard. I might have it in the back somewhere. Okay, so couldn't find it. It might be in this box over here. I'll take a look. It's a switch light that I covered in a video where I just showed that it's not fixable. But if I can find it, I don't know if it's in here. Oh, wait a second. I didn't realize. This is it. This is the one. We found it. All right. Also, sneak peek at a later video. I bought this so long ago to do a video with, which we'll probably do here really soon. This is lead-free solder that I got from a company that's here in the States. I don't know if it's outside of US, Hobby Lobby. And yeah, you couldn't buy leaded solder, but you could buy lead-free solder. So I'm gonna do a video comparing leaded solder versus lead-free and see who does better. You know, the Pixel 2, replacing the charging port on that, those screens are so fragile, dude. I don't like working on them. All right, I'm gonna switch us over to the microscope cam real quick. Give me 1 second. All right, can you guys hear me good? Everything? See a blurry image on your screen? Or somewhat blurry? Probably good now. Does that look good? Let me check the drill. Nice. Drill's still charging, the hand screwdriver, or electric screwdriver. Okay, so this is a switch light. And let's grab the amp meter here. Alright, so I have, this is a Nintendo Switch light board that I have here. Now, this motherboard originally came in because it wouldn't turn on. I'm going to show you why. So this right here is a USB amp meter, okay? You can plug it in several different ways. You can either plug this into like one of these bricks right here that has USB for like charging your phone, and then you plug the cord on the other side and that goes into your phone, and you can see how many amps or how much current your phone is drawing, all right? Or you can do USB-C. So you can plug a USB-C cord into this right here, and then USB-C out into the device, which is mostly what I use it for. Now, I'm gonna take an original Nintendo Switch charger, right? Plug it into this, right? All right, and then the screen is not gonna light up until I connect the board here. So we'll connect the board, and actually it's not gonna do anything now that I think about it. It doesn't have M92 on it. I didn't put an M92 back on since I did the video. Now I'm just going to tell you straight up what's going to happen, because we already did cover this in a video. The screen would come on and it will say that it's charging it. In fact, let me grab another board here. Let's see. All right, so I have here's a switch. Oh well, this one might work. Let me try. Hold on. Okay, yeah, here's the board. So this is what it would look like. It's charging at 15 volts, and it's not taking really any amps because there's no battery connected, and in fact there's no BQ chip on this board anyways. So the switch naturally charges at 15 volts when you have a normal Switch branded charger plugged into it, and the 15 volts is handled by this M92 chip. And then the BQ chip is actually what's responsible for charging the battery. So basically, you want to check and see what your switch is drawing, if it's drawing any amps. Because in electronics, originally I thought that the charger would be pushing current into the device, into the board. But what it is, it's actually the device is actually drawing it in. It's drawing it from the power source, right? So the board it's just drawing current. Now, so this switch board that I was going to be working with, but that doesn't have an M92, it's not going to switch to 15 volts. It's not going to do anything because there is no M92 on the board. So when you plug it in, it does nothing. But when there's an M92 chip, it actually turns on 15 volts and it switches to, it does about half an amp of current, which is normal for the Switch. However, this board does not turn on. Why is that? The board should turn on if it has 15 volts and half an amp of current. It should turn on. In my case, if there's an issue like that, it could either be the M92 chip or the APU, which is the main processing chip right here. So I'm going to demonstrate something real quick. I think it was this capacitor right over here. Hang on. Turn on the multimeter, put it into ohms mode. So when we put the probes together, they beep. So I think it was, let's see here. I think it was this cap here, or this cap. Now it's gonna make a fool out of me and it's not gonna work. Yeah, it's this cap here. All right. So we're gonna measure it, right? Okay. So it's measuring a short. And let's see, how many ohms is it measuring on the meter? The meter says literally 0.1, which is a absolute dead short. Now, as you can see here, this line on the cap, this one's ground here, right? And which is the whole board here. This whole board is ground. And then this line connects here to this chip, which is, it's on a power rail. But this line here doesn't always just only go to just this chip. It also has a line that goes right to the APU, right? Well, what happens is, so if I can get this board right in the right area. So originally I removed the M92 because sometimes the M92 can short to ground, right? At causing you to get continuity to ground on this line. When I removed the M92, that continuity did not go away. There is still continuity on this line to ground. So it wasn't the M92 that was bad. So what I did is I took 1 volt, put my 1 probe on ground and 1 probe at this point, and there was a voltage draw there. I can't remember what it was offhand. It could have been like an amp or so. Once I injected voltage here, the area that's going to heat up is wherever it's shorted at. Especially if you have a 0.1, which is literally zero ohms to ground, which is like, it's basically if I just took these 2 probes and just touched them together. So, I mean, we have a literal short right there. It's almost like if I just went, all right, we're touching ground, that's it. You know, it's ground, whatever. So something on this line here is shorting to ground somewhere else on the board. And then when you touch the 2 probes together and inject voltage right here at this point, then whatever is shorted is going to heat up. So what I did was I injected voltage right here at this cap, and what happened was the APU got hot. So what that means is there is an internal short inside of this chip, and unfortunately there's nothing you can do to fix this except replace this chip. You'd have to replace, since these chips are serialized from factory, it's burned into the chips from factory. This chip has a special key that is also married to the chip under this shield here, which is the eMMC, the NAND. It has special per console keys that they both talk to each other and decrypt as it boots up during the boot process, and just in general has its own like per console data, like a console, like a CP, or it's like a what do they call it? Gosh, I can't think of the name. It's essentially a console ID number, and they're per console, so they're all different through every Switch or every PlayStation or every Xbox. It's essentially that's what's happening. So if you wanted to fix the Switch, you could. You'd have to replace the APU here, and you'd have to replace the eMMC, and I think that's it on this board. So you replace those 2 chips, then you have a working Switch. However, that's a lot of work, and it's not worth fixing. It's just not worth any of my time to fix. So, I mean, maybe save it for a rainy day. I got another Switch Lite that maybe I could pull the APU off of and just have fun with it, but to be completely honest with you, these Switch Lites are $200, $199 here in the States, and I mean, for the amount of work and the amount of man hours I'd have to put into this and not popcorning a chip of this size, which is probably not too hard, or you probably do it just no problem, but I don't think I'm ever gonna try it. Maybe, but probably not. So anyway, that's a small lesson on electronics and how to diagnose and inject voltage and etc. It's pretty simple to understand, but sometimes it takes time to kind of understand the concept. You know, if you don't understand it now, you'll probably wake up in the middle of the night like 3 months from now and be like, oh my gosh, that's how it works. Genuine advice to beginners: learn how to solder first. Troubleshooting knowledge is useless if you can't execute. Yeah. Yep, I can't agree with you more. Learn how to solder first as well. That is totally it. So like if you, like for instance, you know, like even this M92 chip, if we found out this chip was bad, what if, you know, I can't tell you how many times I've knocked these tiny resistors. Now, I mean, I don't do it now, but you know, when I first started, you know, you can see how shaky my hands are, and I'm barely moving my hands. You know, you go to pull the chip off the board and a little bit of surface tension, you accidentally knock one of these while it's hot, and then it goes into the ninth dimension, as Northridge Fix would say. Um, you know, that's, you know, I mean, I could probably be a little bit more steady with it, you know, just come right off, you know, straight up. But, you know, not everyone's going to learn how to be that steady, you know, initially. So, what's that? So what are the chances of the cap being bad? Okay, so like I would say larger caps like this maybe. On Nintendo Switch, it's almost never caps, almost never. On laptops that in high voltage rails or higher voltage, higher current rails, these caps, they're usually bigger caps. They'll go bad quite frequently. I've seen it more often than not. Either MOSFET transistors, or these ceramic caps will go bad. Do a lot of playing. Troubleshooting takes years. Exactly. Yeah, I can't agree with you more, Micromage. Yeah, absolutely, dude. It's, you know, I used to do switch repairs like this, like I'm demonstrating now, without understanding what I just explained. Understanding how to find out where the fault actually is on the board. That takes years to find. I mean, some people can figure it out, you know, really fast, but for me, it took a couple years to actually understand the concept of that. It took me years to learn what type of flux I should use. I didn't even know, dude. I was using cheap Chinese knockoff flux that wouldn't work almost at all for any worth nothing. In fact, I was using rosin flux from Radio Shack when I first started using, and it would gum up so fast it didn't even make sense. I was like, why am I even using this? That is 100%, yeah, Cryptic. I can't agree with Robert more. Yeah, go out and just find yourself. Maybe go to to be honest, if you're local to me, I'll give you a motherboard that you can just have to try if you want to learn how to do this. But yeah, I mean, you could go on eBay and look for old broken motherboards of a device and then just teach yourself how to solder and desolder them. That's what I would do, 100%. Even these switch charging ports, these go out all the time. People break them so frequently that it would be nice and easy to learn how to change a port and do it correctly. It takes some time to learn how to do that. And even chips like this, the Max IC right here, the 17050 right here, the gas gauge, fuel gauge chip right here, sometimes these go bad. And these are really, really tiny. I mean, here's my finger. That's how small the chip is. And the little caps around it, that's really ridiculously small. And it's totally easy. You can change these, and it's really easy to knock them too, especially if you're working on this charging port. And you know, my opinion is just my opinion, but I like to heat the take this port off from the bottom. Some people do it from the top, but the reason I don't do it from the top is because this battery connector is right here. But I mean, you can cover this with capped on tape if you want. Just my opinion is I like to do it from the bottom. But you do run risk of knocking this IC, which I mean, you're probably not going to knock it if you're careful. More or less. I mean, I almost never knock this IC now since I learned about it. But I think the first switch light I did, I knocked that IC and I couldn't get it to work, and then ended up figuring out it was the IC that I knocked. But yeah, you got this connector here, and then you got this connector here, so it's probably best that you heat from the bottom, at least for me. I mean, you have your own opinion if you want to heat it from a different side or whatever. This is strictly to the switch light. Yeah, actually, old cable modems would be fun to just do a little bit of work on. There's so many chips on there that you can learn to solder with. Super simple stuff once you get the hang of it. So, anyway. I'm going to switch back to the other camera. Hang on 1 second. microphone out the way a little bit. Yep, that's definitely something. Hold on one second. Okay, so yeah, mic drop, right? Yeah, some motherboards have less layers in them too. So if you have if you have a motherboard that has more layers, you're going to need more heat, and that's where like a thicker, bigger, larger, blunt tip for your soldering iron can come in handy too, depending on what you're doing. Let's check this. The speed on this is not really fast, but the reverse speed is actually a little bit faster, which is totally cool because it's mainly going to be used for game consoles, honestly. Also, when it comes to injecting voltage, I wanted to mention, so I use a thermal cam right here. This is a Seek Thermal Pro, I think is what it is. Now, the reason I use this is because this is just what we bought. But anyway, the reason to use this is, for instance, if I measure a short, right, at that one area, I can use the thermal cam to see what's getting hot very quick. Trying to find out if a APU is dead shorted is, you know, without using a thermal cam. I guess you can put your fingers on it, but if it's got thermal paste on it and you're not trying to, you know, get your fingers all dirty with thermal paste, you know, you use this and you can actually see it heating up. So wait, hang on one second. Okay, I had to check and see and make sure that I was still in focus, because sometimes the camera goes out of focus. Let me see something real quick. I'm gonna check solder wire to a shorter board chase. Show him. Trying to think of. Well, I guess I could do that. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna check. Okay, so it's 2:20 p.m. or my time, and it says it's still not. It still hasn't delivered. Kind of sad. Yeah, I could probably solder a wire real fast. Not this board. Which board was it? This one? Yeah, this one. Let's see here. No, this is not. This was a customer board, but they never came picked up, and that was like 3 months ago. So I don't know, if they want it, they can have it. But I don't know if they're ever gonna come get it. You know, I mean, what am I gonna do? I got some wire here. I could probably solder to it and try. Let me see. Wire strippers. Yeah, so far I haven't gotten any calls today here at the shop. It's always random. I had some jobs yesterday, which when I made the video, and it wasn't bad yesterday. Today, not making, or not had any calls yet today, but it's always random. I'm gonna solder this wire real quick, or tin the wire. Let's try to. I might need the scope for this, but let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna need the scope for this. I might still try to replace the APU for fun, but I'm not sure yet. I don't know what I'm gonna do. All right. So what I'm gonna do is show voltage injection here. I don't know if this wire will work. Maybe. Yeah, because that cap right there is so close. Maybe. It might work. Let's see. I'm going to have to pull this up on the actual cam. So I was trying to solder the wire to this cap here, which is, it's basically just this line here. Accidentally connected this line to ground here. Let's see. Can I... Let me try something. That still didn't work. This is why you need a bigger tip sometimes. My other super favorite tip right here. Let me see here. Of course, this is such a weird area. Oh, you know what, we can do this. Can't get solder in there. Why? Now, I'm going to try a method that try to suck away this solder, because I know there's some lead-free solder there. Of course. Of course, I can't suck it. Let me try the other tip one more time. I just don't want this connecting to ground when I try it. Oh, there we go. There we go. I should have just did that from the beginning. I tried. I couldn't get it. Mike, I suck sometimes. Yeah, right? Oh my gosh, dude. I could do that, but there's such a small area on the wire I have is so big. It's like, let me see if I can cut it at an angle or something. I'm eating all of my words about me soldering like a pro. Let me just show you how to not solder like a pro. Yeah, because this wire is really thick and it could easily touch ground. Let me see if I can shorten it up even more. Oh yeah, I could probably get away with that, honestly. It's just, I always use a probe, you know, but I know you can solder a wire. Let's see. You know what, let me add some solder and tin this wire first before trying to solder it to that cap. Okay. I'm gonna try now. I tinned it up, yeah. such a weird point to try to solder to. Like, try to solder in between these two caps. There. That'll work. It's nice and thick. Okay. Alright, now I can run this wire to my power supply. Connect this to the... I've got a lead here. I'm just going to wrap the wire around a bunch of times. I'm going to need more wire. Alright, hang on, boys. Okay. So I got the one wire hooked. Let me make sure I got 1 volt there. Okay. Now that that's soldered, hopefully I don't break the wire off the board. Let me switch the other cam, boys. Hang on. Alright. Okay. Now, turning on the thermal cam. Just so you know, if the APU doesn't heat up, I will eat my words, but I'm like pretty sure it from what I remember it did, so let's go for it. Let me make sure. Oh yeah, there's 1.66 amps being drawn. Oh yeah, you can already see it heating up. Nice. Alright. So let's take the camera, move this out of the way. I'll do my best to show this. So this probe right here is my positive, and that's going to that cap. And then here's our negative probe. Okay. There we go. You guys see that good? All right. Positive voltage, it's 1 volt right now. And this will be our ground here. So let's check it out. All right, let's get the APU in the shot. I think that's about good enough. Touch it. Says it's drawing about 1 amp. Maybe eventually it'll heat up. Maybe not. Something is drawing 1 amp. What is it? 77. Of course, we see the APU is completely cold. Is it hot? What is heating up on this board? If it's this cap, I'm gonna literally just be so sad at myself. Okay, hold on, let's inject voltage here. We're drawing about 1 amp of current. Oh, my hand's totally covering this camera. What is this down here? The charging port, metal. Looks like it gets hot, which is kind of interesting. Something down here. Oh yeah, my probe. Huh. Dude, if it was the cap, that would have been so cool. I know back when I did this. Okay, yeah, because the area right here, I can see the wire on the thermal cam, right? If you can see it. It's not the charge port, but let me double check. No, the charge port is mint. Let me check here. I'm gonna remove. Well, let me do this real quick because there's obviously an amp of current going somewhere. Where is it? Let's find ground here. There's ground. We got an amp of current. What's getting hot? something next to the charging port. If the charging port was the problem the whole time, or something else, I'm gonna be just so sad at myself. Yeah, that's getting hot. I remember testing this board and the APU was getting hot. That's why I'm like, what in the world? Oh yeah, see there it is. It's hot right there. 140. Okay, but now it's cold. What in the world? Thermal cam, go home. Oh, it's reflecting my hand. That's so interesting. I've never known that. So when I inject voltage there, and the charging port is not getting hot either. That's at 89 Fahrenheit, looks like. Nice. It's a horrible demonstration today. I'm just eating my words. Anyway, I remember the first time I did this and it was that. However, maybe I just didn't solder the wire good. I don't know. Let me double check here. See if continuity is there. Yeah, Robert, that'd be so cool, dude. All right, let me see. Yeah, okay. So yeah, there's continuity there. It's definitely shorted. Oh, this wire came undone too. I know. The reason I quit messing with this board is because I saw a short on the APU. That's why I was like, no, forget it. I'll just let the lady know. Just call it quits. Dude, this would be so cool if it was fixable though. And just go and correct myself on a video. Let people know. Sorry, not sorry. It was fixable, my bad. Okay. Okay. So, let me double, I'm trying to think if I should double check under the, seeing that you remove the chip, how could the current be drawn from APU? Because that line goes to APU. That's why. What's up, Angel? To be honest, I think I injected voltage there after. When the chip act like a bridge between APU and cap. I'm trying to think. So imagine there's one line, and the one line goes hypothetically to the APU and to this chip, and there's only two spots on that line that could be shorted to ground on either side, or the cap, and you inject voltage there, and wherever the voltage, it's essentially like taking two leads, connecting together, and then they heat up. You take these together, and it's going to draw 3 amps of current or whatever, and they're going to heat up. But that's basically it. So yeah, let's turn up the voltage a little bit. Let's turn up to like 1.8 volts and see what gets hot. Okay, so sometimes turning up the voltage can help. I think the charging port on this switch was reflecting my hand's heat, is what was happening. Okay. Ooh. Maybe it's reflecting it? I don't know. Okay, so I inject, oh, there it is. All right, boys, you see it? Look at that. Look at that right there. Hold on, wait. Maybe I'm crazy. I know that sometimes if you inject too little of voltage, you won't see something pop up, but let's try this again. All right. You guys see it good? That's the APU is right here. Okay. We're injecting 1.8 volts. My probe's heating up. What else is getting hot? Come on, boy. Heat up. You can see the board slowly heating. The wire's getting hot. Because that's the Oh yeah, the probe tip is really hot. Not like super hot, but it's getting hot though. I'm trying to think if maybe my wire wasn't super good. Well, it's on top. That's definitely it though. What else could be heating up if that wasn't the case? Let's try one more time. I'm trying to see if there's anything else on the board that could be getting hot besides my probe. But hold on, let's take a look here at the back side of the board. Yeah, look at that, man. That whole back side is super hot. Okay. Let's inject voltage. Right here at the ground where the chip was. Oh, yeah, look at that. Right under the APU. You see that? We got 3 amps right here. Right here underneath the APU. There it is. Look at that. Whenever I inject voltage, you see that? Here, watch. Let me see if I can move the thermal camera. So inject voltage now. Take voltage off. Inject voltage. Take voltage off. Yep. So I wasn't crazy. I sometimes doing lives, I'm like, dude, if I'm giving wrong information, I'm just gonna like go away into a corner forever. But I know I tested this board. Sometimes you have to turn up the voltage a little bit to detect a short. But yeah, especially if you, on that line in specific, if you have 0 ohms to ground and you inject voltage here, right, and that's what's getting hot right there, it's 100% APU. You got a short right in the APU, which is not fixable. So that's the best example I could give right offhand. So really, yeah, remove APU and see if short goes away. It's like short doesn't go away. I'm probably not going to remove the APU now though. All right. For sure, Cryptic. I'm really glad that it turned out good. I'm like, we're gonna make myself look like a complete fool on live for sure. I'm gonna. Oh, iron's on. I was gonna remove this wire from the board here. So, there's your quick lesson on voltage injection on live stream. You're welcome. It's pretty simple to understand. It's like, you know, in fact, deep rabbit hole too, I know. It's pretty simple to understand, but once you get it, it's like, it's pretty cut and dry. All right, I'm gonna fix myself here. Hang on 1 second, boys. What up? That's it. Focus, do focus on my face, something like that. All right, I think that's it. I think that's good. Bring this down a little. That's about it. Okay, cool. Yeah, and I'm not. You know, that's why I told the customer. I said, I was wondering why the probe was getting hot, but it was shorting at 3 amps. Of course, it's going to get hot. It wasn't getting like so hot, but it was getting hot enough. That's why the wire was also getting hot, because the current draw was so great, 3 amps, you know. I know. I'm going to go home and sleep good tonight, now, knowing that I gave correct information on stream. I'm like, all right, everything is good now. I can remove myself from it. Anyway, but yeah, like, okay, another for instance, you know, at least I've measured on PS5 low impedance to ground, where, like, for instance, sometimes you can measure some of these caps under here and it will be like 0.5 ohms to ground, but it's just very, very low resistance to ground and it's not actually shorted. So, but you know, a situation like this with this cap and you've got 0.1 ohms, which is literally a dead short. I mean, you might as well put the probes together at that point. In fact, that's what my meter shows is 0.1 ohms to ground. It's basically 0, 0. So, but 0.5, it's close. The only thing you need to do is measure, inject voltage there. I had one laptop one time that on the main power rail, on the 19 volts power rail coming into the laptop, it had a 7 ohm short to ground. Injecting voltage showed a cap light up on the other side of the board. Well, not the other side, but the short was here and it was down here where the cap was that was heating up. So, you can have situations like that too, where you have caps that are causing issues and they're shorted, but it's more likely to find a shorted cap on like a laptop board than it is on a game console board. It's very rare, in my case anyway, but at least I think it's very rare. Yeah, these probes are actually pretty thick, honestly. My thinner probes I use for multimeter for checking. I think, let me see here. Did my parts deliver? No. Now it says by 6:15 p.m. Will I get my iFix-A-Bits today? Probably not. Probably not. Probably won't see them. But, I mean, it is what it is. So, yeah, so, okay, so rule of thumb for me, which I should have done, but it didn't happen. Yeah, so if you measure a short that small, right, and usually I'm not even gonna go into that right now, but when you measure a short like I did, right, with that's so low resistance to ground that it's basically 0, 0, just 0 ohms. When you inject voltage, sometimes at least in my experience, maybe it's because it's a larger thermal mass, or I don't know, but I raised the voltage on that rail or that line there, and then we were able to detect the short. Sometimes upping the voltage just ever so slightly, half a volt, 3/4 of a volt, is enough for that short to light up on a cam or on your thermal cam, or because that short we probably wouldn't have detected with just a lot of people use like a bottle of isopropyl alcohol. I can't do anything today. So like a lot of people will use like isopropyl alcohol, like on cell phone boards they'll do that. If they're looking for a mains short on a cell phone or a tablet, they'll use some alcohol on the board, and what will happen is when you inject voltage, the alcohol, because it's heating up, the alcohol will evaporate immediately, which will show you where the short is. They'll do it for chips too. So, that's you can use alcohol, and I have before in the past, but you might as well buy a thermal cam. Yeah, exactly, Micro. I can't agree with you more. Yeah, you start with like 1 volt, or people use sometimes 0.8 volts, whatever you feel comfortable with. I don't care. 1 volt, and you slowly move up. Yeah, 100%. At 1 volt, it was 1.6 amps. At 1.8 volts, it was 3 amps. It was like literal, just direct. But yeah, one thing in business, Micro, do you have your own shop, or what do you do it out of your house, garage? And is that your main gig? I'll say that. Is that your main gig if you're still here and hanging out with us? And then so I'm talking with another company I might do repairs for. Dude, honestly, Robert, I thought it was, but I think the metal was reflecting somehow, maybe. Just some heat from my hand, I think. Oh, dude, that's what's up. So, do you do B2B from like local shops? Then I'm guessing, because that's actually really cool. Yeah, right now, just for me, it's just running Dad's shop. Make sure that it's taken care of. So far, it's been dead. We were busy on. What's funny, I was actually kind of closed on Monday, and ended up coming in anyways because I had some calls. So we were most busy on Monday, and then we were less busy on Tuesday. We had a couple people on Tuesday, and then today it's been dead all day so far, which is totally cool. I might be working out some deals to do some jobs for another business, so we'll see what happens. Still out for delivery. Let's see if iFixit will come in or not. I don't know. Probably not, maybe. Who knows? Can I rotate the handle? Like this? Yeah, technically. I don't know. I'm just being ridiculous. Yeah, so it's basically you got neutral or just nothing. Maybe I don't know if you could put a bit into it and try to, use it like a screwdriver. I'm not sure, but I know that you can either switch it into, this is forward and this reverse and then forward. But yeah, it's still charging. It's been charging like all day, so it's got an 18650 in it, so maybe it'll last me a few hours. Who knows? I don't know if I'll use this on Nintendo Switch though. Maybe. It's not super light, but I mean, I'd probably feel more comfortable just using a regular screwdriver for Switch and stuff. Oh yeah, no, this one is just straight up and down. It does not rotate to a handle. Maybe one day I'll get one that's like that. Yep, you got it. You got it. See something here. I was checking the old YouTube channel, see how it was doing, and I was checking checking Gmail a little bit, see if packages kind of come in today. Who knows? But yeah, that's pretty much it for the day, I guess. I mean, as of right now, I think there's one job I gotta do at some point. I already ordered the screen for it. It's an S20 FE phone that needs a screen. It's for a customer that I do work for quite frequently, and I fixed that screen for him before, but now I think it's his son's phone cracked it again, so now we need another screen. But I mean, it's whatever. I mean, people crack their phones. It happens, They're made of glass, You can only drop something that's made of glass so much, and eventually it'll just break, Phone keeps going off. That was cool. At least we got a little session on how to inject voltage. That was fun. I enjoyed myself. I may cover it in an actual video though, at some point. Who knows? Maybe this week, next week. I'm not sure yet. When it comes to like actually making videos, it does take a lot of time to think through things, edit, and make it watchable, because the goal is not just for someone to look and grab information, but it's actually to like be enjoyable. And that way, if there's any other information that's like that in the future, that they would subscribe and continue watching, because it's the whole purpose of YouTube anyways. Like, oh, it's unbelievable. That's what's up. What's up, Jim? Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. Scotland is awesome. You're amazing. So, yeah, I need to. I'm probably gonna have to get another job since it's as dead as it is right now. What's up? Who is Bambino? What's up, Bambino? What's up, man? I am just chilling right now, man. We just went over some electronic stuff, some voltage injection stuff. It was fun. Yeah. I'm thinking, because I'm thinking about possibly getting maybe some more work somewhere else, just to keep it going. Yes, I have tried to repair some graphics cards. I'll answer that in a second. If I would have gotten. Micro, you're totally right. I'm probably gonna have to jump in and get another job, dude. At least for now, which I'm totally cool with. And yes, graphics cards. I've worked on 2 of them, and both of them, the GPUs themselves were dead shorted, which is more common on graphics cards than anything. They're just almost, they can be repaired, but at least from my experience, the 2 that I took in, they both of the GPUs were dead. Don't assume everyone is a man. I'll just start calling everybody dudes now then, because it's usually how I talk, is calling people dudes. It's just me. Too funny though, Mike. Yeah, me neither. I know Northridge Fix takes in a lot of graphics cards, and he has much better success than I have. But also, he is way more experienced than me anyways. He's taught me so much stuff. I've learned so much from Northridge Fix. He is he's one of the, I would say, like the king cheese for me. I mean, I'm not saying I don't like Louis Rossman, or like I don't like iPad Rehab or was it STS Telecom. So I love all of those, but I would say my absolute favorite is Alex with Northridge Fix, 100%. I would say most of the time though, I find myself listening to Louis Rossman just talk about his life wisdom. That's probably one of my my favorite videos to listen to, is just him talking about life wisdom and just his experience and like what he thinks and stuff. That's awesome though, Guido, that you were able to fix those 2. I have had 0 success. You've had 100% success. Yeah. Yes, I can't agree with you more, Guido. Yeah, it's not that I like, when I say I like or don't like, it's not personal. It's just the videos in general. It's almost like, for me on YouTube, I only have so much time in a day. So I'll tend to lean towards a different channel more than I will to others, but it's not like I didn't give them a chance. Yeah, I try. But I do try to learn everything from everyone. Like, for instance, one thing that has stuck with me that I thought was really interesting was Jessa from iPad Rehab did a video about a phone that she had this, I can't remember what the phone was or what had happened, but she was talking about this one line that went to the CPU that was shorted, and she was like, what if we just up the voltage here and just basically burn the short out just to get the phone to boot? And I think that's what she did, was she upped the voltage and burned the short out of the CPU and got the phone to boot. Oh yeah, Soren, I love Soren. I used to watch Electronic Repair School all the time. Yeah, he is one of the best teachers too. I love him. Absolutely fantastic. I am the type of guy where I almost rarely ever use a schematic. I can barely understand how to use a schematic just because just the access to schematics is very little. At least for me, it's not a board problem until you know it's. Oh yeah, I know. It's not a board problem until you know it's not a parts problem. Oh, 100%. Yep. Yeah, I cannot agree with you more. Yeah. He does do dodgy repair, but like it's good and it works, and that's totally cool. But some people don't like um like for instance, I talked about last time, I was talking about how Soren had showed it was a MacBook Pro keyboard where the power button is a part of the keyboard, and just running a wire from the button to the keyboard connector just to make power button work again. And I did that same thing. And to be honest with you, that's like one of the best ways to do it is if you got to run a wire instead of replacing the whole keyboard, you might as well just do it. Yeah, he is the man. He is one of the many mans on YouTube that can do it. Like even Justin Jones, she's the man. She knows how to do it. It's a relative term. It's just universal to everyone. They are the man. But yeah, I love Soren. He's great. Jessa's amazing. Lewis is really great. I mean, like Lewis gave when it talking about like why he uses certain equipment and stuff, and certain equipment can put out higher wattage or this or that, and what temps to use, etc. He was just like, for instance, I think he was talking about his hot air station. He's like, I just turn it up until it melts solder. Like he's like, I turn it up to 8 or whatever, and until it melts solder or something like that. It's just, I thought it was funny because like I roughly, like whenever I'm doing HDMI ports, I roughly like I'll do anything between like 450 Celsius to like 480 Celsius. And like when I'm just holding the temp thing up, whatever it gets to is whatever it gets to. If it gets past 450 but under 480, I'm happy with that. Sometimes as high as 500, sometimes that works too, but I don't like using too high of heat because sometimes you can do some nasty things to the board. I'm talking specific to like thick boards with through hole HDMI, or just surface mount HDMI, just like PS4, 5, 8, Xbox, etc. Yeah, micro for sure, dude. All right, Robert. Yeah, if you want to jump on my Discord, I don't know how it all works, but if you want to jump on, you can. I'll see you, buddy. Take it easy, man. Yeah, no, he is practically knowledgeable but lazy. Yeah, I totally get it, man. No, I get why he would be like, but but he does fix stuff. He does get it working though, nonetheless. But sometimes, it's not cost effective to fix some stuff. Like, what if the customer just wants it working? They are not trying to pay an arm and a leg for a brand new keyboard, like on the MacBook that I was talking about, where he just ran a wire. To be honest with you, it's like, it just makes more sense to just run a wire than it would be to replace a whole keyboard. Especially if you can make a few bucks and the customer doesn't care. Hey, I can get it working for you. But then of course, you run the risk of, I mean, that is when I say a permanent repair, it is, but whatever. But it's almost like it's be different if you take in your car for overheating and you find out it's a blown head gasket and the customer is like, well, I could put this stop leak in for you, you know, the head gasket repair stuff into your coolant. I don't ever recommend that, by the way. I did it myself before, and it never works for me. Even if you know the YouTuber Chris Fix that fixes cars on YouTube, amazing YouTuber, by the way. He actually did a test with it, and I think he got 10,000 more miles out of, I think his dad's Jaguar, using the head gasket, you know, repair stuff that you put into the coolant. So, I mean, you know, for me, you know, if I were going to do something like that for the customer, that type of repair, I would always let them know. Like, for instance, if it's like, hey, I'm having an issue where graphics chip is not working, and I'm like, okay, reflow graphics chip or whatever, because it's bad solder joints, and you push on the chip or whatever and it comes back on, I'm like, hey, we can try a reflow. It's probably not going to last, but that's the solution I have for you. And if they're cool with it, then sure, whatever. But sometimes a reflow is the best option. Some people say reflow doesn't fix. I beg to differ. I think it does fix sometimes. It really actually does, especially if you just have cracked solder joints. But if you have, like, you know, like actual broken connections under the chip, that's different, in my opinion. But I mean, how rarely do you ever have cracked solder joints? I mean, it happens. I'm not gonna say it doesn't, but it's not. I don't know how often I could say it. Cracked solder joints is the problem under a giant BGA chip. Like even on the PS3, like we used to fix Yellow Light of Death on the PS3 all the time, and you know, when you get one in that has, you know, cracks under GPU, which it does happen, but sometimes heating up the GPU causes the NEC token caps to work again, and that's actually the problem, not the GPU. Actually, Micro, I didn't see that video. What pads did he rip off the board? Or if you know, because I don't remember. Right, Mike, you're totally right, though. Yeah, crack ball is more likely if console was dropped. And to be honest, like, I almost never work on dropped consoles. Like, unless it's like the console still works and it's broken HDMI, then sure. But like, if it turns on, turns back off, you could have a fractured board or anything, and I don't even get into it. It's just more economical for me to not even touch it. Oh. Micro, I actually didn't know about that. See, when I talk about Soren, I've watched him do some backlight stuff on laptop screens that I thought was really cool, and just explaining the circuits there. And then the MacBook one that I've talked about, and he did some other stuff too. He's a great teacher nonetheless, but yes, half charging one side and not docking. Yeah, that's a no-go for me. So if you ever seen in America, we have something called American Idol, and we always, me and my wife, we always make this joke, and it's I think it was the one guy. My gosh, what is his name? Hold on, I'll tell you. I'll tell you the joke in a second. I think it's Randy Jackson. He would say something like, "It's a no from me, dog." Yeah, yeah. If you ever have a situation where you rip the pads, you call it good like that, it's gonna be a no from me, dog. I'm not saying that he's not a good tech, but it's probably a really, in my opinion, it's a really bad practice. If that's the case, yeah, that's not good. Yeah, I'm guessing he probably changed the charging port and just didn't repair the pads. That would not be good. Oh my gosh. It's a no from me, dog. Dude, this thing is still charging. Not bad. It's got pretty good power. Not bad. I'm gonna leave it on the charger still. Eventually, it says, I actually read in the instructions for this, because I was curious what the charge time would be. It just said leave plugged in until this light turns off. I'm like, okay, all right then, I'll do that. Like, it's been since, when did I get here? 11:30, and I plugged it in like noon, like 12:30. Oh, that's funny, Mike. I've never seen that video. I don't watch Soren enough now. Oh, wait a minute. Frankenstein power supply to fix TV. Dude, I think I've seen that one. Did he fix it like on a kitchen table or something for like a family member or a friend or something? Or for like a plumber or something? I think that was the video. That was one that I saw. I think he was doing some work for him and he like, I don't remember what it was now. Something like that. One second, guys. Oh, you clipped the diode instead of replacing the diode? I feel like I've seen what you're talking about, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I know soon I'm probably going to make that video with the lead-free solder. I don't know when yet, but probably soon. I bought that, so I made a video about, I'm sure the video would probably do a lot better now today than way back when I did it, but the video was, can you use, it was like a $10 soldering iron versus my $300 pace. And now the pace is like almost pushing 4. I think it's like 3.5, almost 4 now, if not. But anyways, the video was, can this soldering iron beat my $300 soldering iron? And the $10 soldering iron, I was able to replace an HDMI connector with it and solder it in. That worked. Hot air to put the new port on and then use the iron to solder it in. And it did work. But, hold on 1 second. But yeah, what was I gonna say? Yeah, so that video, I made it probably almost a year and a half ago, something like that. Maybe over a year and a half ago. And that was an interesting video. I ended up using a bench grinder to grind down the tip on the iron to get a better, to basically have a better tip for the iron to do the soldering. And technically it was possible and I actually made it work, but it wasn't very good. I could do it though. And I did get the Xbox working, but it wasn't done super well. So yeah, the $300 iron is much better than the $10 soldering iron. I would never recommend buying a $10 iron unless that's all you have access to, and then go for it. Just the quality is just not there. It's just not a super good iron. And then of course lead-free solder is what's on most of these main boards, and they take a lot of heat to melt, and it's just not it doesn't really give a good bond, unfortunately. But yeah, I feel like I was trying to think of ways to get customers in the door the other day, and I went up to my local game. I actually went to a bunch of different places and dropped off business cards, like pawn shops around here, a couple game stores, and that one oh I was going to mention this. I don't know if I talked about this earlier, but oh yeah, well I guess I did kind of talk about it. The situation where we were talking about the prices that I charge for PS5 and stuff, and the lady was telling me that her husband had just bought equipment to learn how to fix them, and now he's fixing them, and that was like maybe 2 months ago, 3 months ago at most. And I'm just kind of like, the fact, I mean, I'm not saying someone couldn't learn how to solder super fast, but I mean it took me a decent amount of time, and I would say I'm a pretty quick learner, not super fast, but it took me time to learn how to replicate decent soldering. And the thing is that he just started offering to fix them, and it's like, dude, and just at the price, like, I don't know. I just feel like he was probably just trying to undercut the market so hard that everyone would maybe come to him. But I feel like a lower price maybe means cheaper quality. Sometimes, in some cases, does. I mean, you go to Walmart and you buy a $20 electric screwdriver, you're going to get $20 electric screwdriver results typically, right? I mean, I kid, but I don't know. Let's see. What you got for me, Mike? You sent me something. Oh, interesting. The board broke in half or something? Goodness gracious, that's crazy. That's hilarious. I'll have to go back and watch it when I'm done streaming. That'd be interesting. Oh my gosh. Well, anyway, what was kind of funny was I went into their business because, I wanted to offer. Yeah, thank you, Mike. I'll have to check out that video in a little bit. That's his fix, primary and secondary from different TVs. Interesting. Okay, I will have to take a look at it though and see what I think. I'm not super good in switching supply repair. I'm still learning. Like, if there was a day where I actually understood how switching supplies worked in full, then I'd probably be in better shape. But I'd have to literally like learn a schematic and learn the circuitry so I can kind of understand how it works more. But yeah, when I walked into that one game store, I was just gonna offer, like, I told them, if you guys need any repairs, or if you guys want help, if you guys need help with fixing something, here's my business card, here's my YouTube channel, check it out. And I mean, this is the thing. It's, here's the deal. As a electronics YouTuber, you've got people that, once they learn how to do something, they want to keep it maybe for themselves, maybe to capitalize on it, make business. That's totally cool, and that's normal business. But I feel like for myself, none of us are going to be here in 100 years, and to have some videos of us all experimenting and doing the legwork for somebody else in the future, I think is a good thing. It can make people's lives a little bit easier if they can look up a video and see how to fix something, or have a general idea on how they can fix something, or who to take it to and to fix something, right? And with that said, I can look at, like, for instance, the building that I'm in. Like, I didn't build this building. Someone else that had learned this trade was able to put this building together, put this window in. I'm not saying that I couldn't. I've never done any of this work ever in my life, but all I'm saying is that somebody did this and they spread their knowledge, and and you got different companies that have taught themselves and they've learned the grind. Anyway, all I'm saying is spreading that information. We get to enjoy different things because someone else figured it out before us and was able to teach it to us, and now we can move forward with that knowledge. So I know I try to I think kind of deep on this stuff, but I always think like, I appreciate what people did for me, and I'm not going to be around forever. So whatever I figure out, or I can do to help someone out or someone else out, then that'd be cool. And you obviously can't give a straightforward answer for every single device that comes in the door either. Because sometimes you have liquid damage in different spots of boards or whatever, and it's going to be something else. But sometimes you have signature failures that happens on a device frequently. So that's always cool too. But yeah, when I went into that one shop, that lady, actually, it was funny because I told her that I did repairs locally, and she looked like she felt threatened because she just opened, and I was like, I'm not trying to steal your business, but if that's like, if you want to be competitive and you want to try to, basically have the monopoly, then okay, let's do it. Let's go for it. You know what I mean? But also at the same time, I'm here. If you want to learn something, here's my YouTube channel. Check it out. But I also do think that competitive business is fun. I do. I mean, why do people compete in competitions? It's fun. And so trying to be competitive with pricing and trying to be the best salesman you can be and all that. What's up, Robert? Oh, that's what's up, man. Well, I appreciate you coming back to me, man, out of all the people on YouTube. That is really sweet, and I appreciate that. But yeah, I mean, but she felt threatened by it, and I understand. Like, I feel threatened by anybody that can. When I say feel threatened, like threatened for my business, here's the deal. When I say that, if I was doing the same quality work or if the guy down the street was doing same quality, if not better than work than me, I would probably try to up my game, to be honest. Like, I'd probably try to up my game a lot, because it's competition, it's business, and people are going to go to who they like, too. And, I think if you just be the best who you can be, at least this is my opinion. I'm open-minded, so if somebody else has a different opinion, I'll listen to it because I'm curious, because that's how you learn, is as long as you keep an open mind about things and just kind of move forward in that way. Thank you, Robert. You're amazing, man. I feel like if you keep an open mind and you try to move forward with that, with knowing information, but are flexible with different ideas and just listening and just kind of to see what everybody else says, and just go based off that logic, I think you can grow immensely in that. But if you keep such a closed mind and say this is the only way that works, you're like a horse with blinders and you can't see all the great information around you. You know what I mean? If you've ever seen a horse, somebody that rides like one of those horse carriages, and the horses have blinders to keep their their vision straight forward. I do think it's a good idea to not keep yourself so open-minded that you're looking around everywhere. I think you should have some solid back on what you're doing and go in a specific direction. But hearing what other people have to say and then just going based off of, well, no, I think my way's a little bit better, but just to myself, or this will work better for me, or this will work better for them, or that's my yes, being willing. Yeah, exactly. Maybe. Right. Being willing to pivot. Exactly. That is one. Yes. My dad always says to be teachable, right? And to have a mindset of always being open to be always being willing to be taught. So, I don't presume to know that I know more than the guy down the street. But I try to be as transparent with what I know, just so it makes them either want to push themselves further or let them know to be very, very afraid that I'm going to take their business. I kid, but it should motivate them to get better. And, I told them, I was like, here's my business card. If you guys want to learn, here's my YouTube channel. It's on the back. You can take a look at it. And I try to be transparent with the work, I go over several. I didn't think I would be a game console repair guy. Dude, for freaking real, man. I did not expect that in my life I would be a game console repair technician. But here I am, several years later. It's funny because,
For me, it happened because of jailbreaking and stuff. I got into it from that, and it was my passion. I loved it. It was so nice. I loved it. I'm getting several different notifications. Not business stuff. Let me check and see if my package finally delivered. I mean, it's not that I'm going to use them today. Maybe not. Sometimes people call like really late too. Oh, still out for delivery. It's not here yet. Still not. Wow, that's so interesting. For sure, Jim. Absolutely. I definitely can't replace an HDMI port that fast. I think it usually takes me like maybe 5 minutes to do everything. 5-10 minutes. Yeah, and iPhones, you know, I completely started with game consoles, and I kind of branched to iPhones and a little bit into MacBooks. I am not anywhere I should be with iPhones and MacBooks. They just haven't come in, and I haven't really done a whole lot of. I've done a little bit of research, like, you know, a little bit, but not like a ton. Like, I know like general stuff on how they work, but like, and what chips do what, etc. And you know, once you understand game console repair, obviously you can move over to other devices too. So, it ends up working out. But yeah, I feel like keeping yourself open to pivot in your life in different ways, not missing it here, pain. And some chips are serialized from what I hear, just like game consoles, right? I know. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so yeah, being willing to pivot in a direction if you want to learn more information about topic, because, you know, unless you are actually Bruce Lee, you know, Bruce Lee never, I don't think he said something one time about admitting to being the best. He said, I will never admit to being the best, but if I say that I'm second, you'll know I'm lying, or something like that. Obviously, Bruce Lee was Bruce Lee, but one thing I know is I know there are people that have way more experience than I do and are way smarter than me. So, you know, for me to make any sort of claim that, you know, I'm the best at this or that, to be like water. Yes, dude. Yes. Absolutely, yes. To be like water, because water can, if you've seen the interview, because water can fall or can crash. Be water, my friend. Yes. Yeah, it's like basically when water goes into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it into a glass, it becomes the glass, right? And you know, I think sometimes it's really tough for me is to keep an open mind sometimes, because I'm so set, like I'm like HDMI ports, but I know that one day like we might move away from HDMI and it might be display ports, or, you know, they might encase the entire motherboard in like a waterproofing silicone or something to where it's like not fixable at all, or they start serializing capacitors. Oh my gosh, hopefully that never comes. I worked 20 years with computers and then became a firefighter. Absolutely, Robert, and thank you for your service as a firefighter, man. That's awesome. You know, I've you know, because there isn't a huge demand around here for iPhone and MacBook from my personal life. Let's see here. ZXW I never invested in because there was never a need for it, but I did download. What is it? I'll look for it. Hang on, it's somewhere on the desktop. Or at least it used to be on the desktop. I don't know where. Oh, here it is. Refox. I have version. The folder says 3.5. Refox. It does have some schematics in it for iPhones and iPads. I've used it a couple of times actually, and it worked for me. Did one for an iPad mini and my iPhone X that still sits up there and container, still not fixed. Because I don't really want to touch it until I'm a little bit better with maybe one day when I invest in some sort of like the layer reballing stuff. Maybe one day I'll do that. That's so funny. Had to pull teeth for me to get a look at a switch. And now you're a switch god, Micro. You're a switch god. Oh my gosh. That's so funny. Right, the more you train, the more lucky you get. I could agree with that. Yeah. Yeah, I think that I feel like maybe right now I'll probably sort of more move towards doing some business to business work or working out of another shop for now, probably. But I mean, I'm going to do my best to keep the doors open here for as long as I can. But, you know, taking care of business here and keeping things open here, I'm kind of a one-man show right now. I can barely afford to pay myself, let alone paying somebody else at the current moment. I mean, it is what it is. You know, it's no problem. I mean, we do some jobs. I would say we do enough jobs where we can keep the doors open every month. So that's cool. But I wouldn't say it's enough to pay for the rent here plus the rent somewhere else. We were talking at one point about doing business out of my brother-in-law's garage because right now I live in an apartment. And but I don't know how that would go either. Who knows? But if we go in that direction, that's the direction we go. And that's cool. It's the cards that you get dealt in life, and it's you know, being like water with the cards you get dealt in life, I think is the best solution, is just being like water and form to whatever situation we're in instead of trying to be negative in it, even though I struggle with being negative sometimes a lot. But I mean, it's just life. But other than that, like, my life is good. Like, I'm happy with it. You know, like, I invested a lot of money into this equipment. Some of the equipment was given to me, and I'm happy. I'm like, this is cool. This is great. And I get to play with electronics. That's fun. You know, I like working on cars and stuff too, but not too much. I mean, I do. I mean, like, but not like as a hobby. I would, just not anywhere else. Yep, absolutely, Micro. 100%, man. Yep. They that's why I kind of, what's funny is ever since I changed my prices on the PS5 and Series X, customers are way more apt to pay it than they were. They are way more willing to pay, which I think it's contingent on the market and what the market is bearing right now, and the demographic of people that you are serving in business is also very important too. You know, if you have lower paying jobs, you know, you can't really ask for half the paycheck in order to, you know, get it paid. To be honest, well, yeah, like almost half the paycheck for some people, but not everybody, you know, makes really little. But I mean, I would say the average paying stuff around here is probably between like $18-$22 an hour ish, somewhere around there. Some stuff is lower, but you know what some people bring home in a month, or you know, charging that much for a console. It depends. I mean, like, you have to charge what keeps the doors open too. You know, you got to pay for. You know, I think that's the thing in business that a lot of people don't quite know is, you know, you got overhead. You got, like, for instance, here you have the rent. We have internet here. We have business insurance. That's 3 different things, right? And those all cost money, you know. And as much as I would love to do something for free, it's like, you know, in order for me to continue to do work, I have to do something, you know. Right. Yeah, if they bought a console to begin with, they probably have some money to get the console, you know, fixed, and you know, exactly. You know, especially if they bought a PS5 or a Series X, they probably, you know, have enough money to get their console fixed too, because that's a very expensive console. That's not cheap. Let me see here real quick. Yep, that's exactly right though. Let me see here. Some thousand. Nice. So yeah, I mean, you know, running a business is definitely not easy, but it definitely has its perks. And I feel like as of right now, like last Monday we did probably about 5 or 6 jobs, and then Tuesday we did a couple jobs, and then we were dead the rest of the week. And then Monday this week we did I think 4 jobs, and then yesterday we did like 1 or 2, and then today it's been completely dead. So it seems like the beginning of the week is probably which I thought usually it was like Friday, but it usually ends up being like Sunday, Monday, Tuesday are like some of the biggest days. So but yeah, I mean, I feel like you know, I would love to. Okay, so like this is actually an interesting thought. So my dad actually used to do work back before I was born. He used to do work for like 3 different repair shops, and it was kind of funny where the repair shops would all charge the same price. And there was this one time, this guy, my dad was telling the story where this guy went to this one shop, and in order to fix his CB, it costed like $100, right? And then my dad worked at this other shop. It was like he worked at one shop 2 days out of the week, another shop 2 days out of the week, another shop, you know, like that, 3 shops in a row. And the guy kept bouncing between the 3 shops, and was the same price because it was the same technician at all shops. Like, you know, and it's like if you can have business to business customers, then you have you almost have somewhat of a monopoly to some degree, because you're the tech at every single one of them. Obviously, you can't be the tech at every repair shop, and it's better that there are other techs, because other techs might have knowledge that you don't, which I get that. You know, I don't have all the knowledge in the world either. Yeah, 100%. I can't agree with you more. Micro soldering, there is literally such a large demand for it, and very few people do it. That's why, like, when I got into it, I was like, "Oh, dude, I love this." And then I realized they're like, from the groups that we're in, you know, there's a lot of people that do it, but like in the grand scheme of things, it's very small compared to like most people. I feel like that there's a lot of people that don't do it compared to actually doing it. And you know, once you solder your first wire or whatever, it's not going to look good. It's going to be really, really shoddy, very shoddy work. At least for me, it was. This still is charging. Still a red light. Pretty good power though. Not bad. That's what you think, Mike? Do you own your own shop then? Yeah, and I guess it depends on what the shop pays you. You know, if there's money in it. was curious. So you said no money. Oh, okay. Wow, dude. There is a lot of money. There's a huge market for it, dude. At least around here, there's a huge market for it. But I feel like as of late, the market it's not. Yeah, Micro is totally right. Yeah, there is tons of money here. I mean, I would say probably the biggest day I've ever had, at least around here so far, and this is us having a business that's not very well known, that I'm trying to kind of get us more out there. I would say, and this was probably maybe 10, 11 months ago. I think we made like $600 or $700 in an evening, and that was just like, I think it was like 2 PS5s and a bunch of other stuff, PS4 and a few other things. And so it's like, dude, literally, like around here, bringing home $500-600, that's a paycheck in a week, versus bringing home $500 or $600 in a day. That's awesome. That's not, but it's all about perspective too, because like, to be honest with you, some people's perspective is $500 in a day is really bad, because what if their rent is $30K a month? If you look at some of the people if you've watched some of Louis Rossman's videos of owning a business in New York City, I think he was paying double digits in the thousands for rent for his store when he was before he moved. $24. Yeah, I know, right? I can only imagine living in DC though. That's probably crazy, man. Yeah, but yeah, no, you're right, Micro, and I really appreciate the encouragement, man. Honestly, dude, my motivation here, it gets hard, even doing YouTube sometimes. I remember when I started on YouTube, and I remember getting 21 views on a video and thinking, bro, I worked so hard on that video. But the thing is I kept that motivation in a dark place, and eventually the channel started to take off in a major way, and I felt a lot better about it. I was like, okay, you know what? It's doing, yeah, Dad, you're so right. Journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. You got it, man. Dude, Micro, I can't agree with you more. YouTube is a long haul, man. It is a long haul. User, speak manage. I do it. Yeah, absolutely. You have to build a reputation to succeed. I can't agree with you more with that too. That's kind of what I'm doing too. Is yeah, but opportunity for scale. Absolutely, yes. The risk versus reward situation with doing this business and doing YouTube is there's a huge reward with it, because if it works, it's going to be really awesome, and that's kind of where I sit with it. I know some people, like I remember listening to Louis Rossman talk about. He was talking about businesses that go to franchise, where they turn their business into a you break I fix or a CPR location, a cell phone repair location, and he was talking about how that not to do, or having people not do that, because building your brand takes longer, but is better in the long run, because what happens is I think on a CPR website, you basically share your business. Like, people look for CPR locations. They're like, well, this is a CPR location. This is a CPR location. They can go to anyone they want, versus we're going to go to CF Micro Repairs because there's only one of them and we know the guy and he's awesome. That type of thing. I'm not pushing myself up. Or we go to Micromage because he's awesome. He does great work. We see his work on YouTube. He's awesome. It's that same principle, rather than going to a CPR location where there's 100 different locations you can pick from. But the thing is what quality of work are they doing? It's so unregulated, Right, Robert? Yeah, absolutely, dude. I'm gonna have to go back and watch it again because I've been so busy, dude. Yeah, honestly, I think that after I listened to his talk about to Lewis Rossman talk about continuing staying with your brand, because he obviously came up with Rossman Repair Group, right? And I thought, and not saying that I couldn't, or that I could. Wait, what's that? Exactly. Right. My thought process is like, um, you know, I have my business, and my my business is going to present, my name is represented with the quality of work that I do, and it's like, if I have low quality of work, then it might be better for me to go and put a different name on my business, you know. Dad, you are so nice to me, too good to me. But yeah, I think yeah, if my business, if my repairs were crap, then taking on another name might be the best option for me, so that I could actually get some repairs in. But then, but if I have my name and people are like, we are only going to him now for our repairs because of X, they liked me because of X, then it works out, you know. And then you end up building yourself a great reputation as a reputable company, rather than you've got a bazillion of the U Break iFix locations, right? And their quality of work is so unregulated that if a customer has a poor experience at that location, obviously it's like McDonald's, right? There's franchise McDonald's everywhere, right? I mean, not every McDonald's is going to be the same, but everyone's going to go to McDonald's regardless of where it is. I mean, unless you're, like if you're taking a trip somewhere, you stop off at the side of the road to go to McDonald's because you want to get something to eat, right? And you don't know the quality of food they're going to put out at that McDonald's. I'm not saying McDonald's is super high quality. All I'm saying is it's unregulated. You don't know because it's franchised. And so they could say CPR offers game console repair, but it's so unregulated with who's actually doing the repairs. I'm not saying, even somebody with a piece of paper that says I'm qualified to do X, you still don't know who is doing it. and that's why I think it's important to be transparent with your customers and let them know that, let them see the work for themselves. Okay, so I worked on, I wish I would have recorded this, but it is what it is. The Xbox 360 behind me that was red dotting, the red dotted death when it would turn on. And there's a resistor fix that can be done if it's constantly red dotting or intermittently red dotting, where there are these resistors, I think, that come out of the APU and go to the south bridge, and they're 0 ohm resistors there. And sometimes those resistors can go bad. Mike, you're so funny, dude. So those resistors, if you replace them or if you bridge them over with a jumper or whatever, you can fix it. So someone else had jumpered them over really, and they did a god awful job. And I'll actually show you guys. I did take a picture of the after. I jumpered them because they can be jumpered, but you can, if you feel better with a 0 ohm resistor, then go for it. But that's, it's up to you. But I'll show you what I did. Let me see if I can. I don't know if we can see here. So let me see if I lower the brightness. Maybe you guys can see it better. All right, so look at this. I had to run because the job was done so poorly that the pads were literally coming off the board. So I had to run a jumper here, down here, right there to that pad. I was able to jumper these other pads up here, right? And then this last jumper, right, I had to, sorry, I'm trying to watch the camera here, make sure you guys can see it. I had a jumper here, but then the pad was gone here. And move it down here. So the pads were, just so you know, the pads were there. That one was there, and these two were there, but they were like lifted off the board, and it was in really bad shape. And you could see some of the black stuff around here. It was like completely covered in black and flux. They didn't clean up the flux or anything. I asked the customer if it had been repaired by another shop. He said no. So, you know, you have no idea what you're gonna get sometimes. So, you know, I did my best to make the jumpers nice and made sure not to lift any pads, you know, and just fix it, you know, and clean up the work when it's done. I think it's the best to clean up your flux when it's done. Makes the board look nice and mint. I'm big about that myself. You're never gonna get anything perfect, but that's my personal preference, you know, just to make sure the board is cleaned up, because at least I don't know if all flux can be corrosive, but I know that some flux can be corrosive on the board and wreak havoc if you don't clean it up. So oh, Michael, that's too funny, dude. I can relate in some ways. Most of the customers I've had from years and years ago, they're actually still awesome and they're super loyal. This one guy, because we had moved down to Ohio, which is basically in Europe it's like moving one country over, but here in the States it's like moving a country over. But anyway, so we moved down to Ohio from Michigan for like 3 years, and I had this one customer contacted me recently because we just moved back to Michigan about a year ago, and the customer was like, dude, I have been looking for you for the last like 3 years. Where have you been? You know, and I'm like, oh yeah, because I wasn't posting like ads on Facebook, and he kind of out of sight, out of mind, forgot his name type of thing. And I was like, yeah, dude, I've been, you know, I've been in Ohio, and I'm finally back in Michigan with a shop and everything. And he's like, I got some work for you. He said, I've been looking for you. You fixed my son's Xbox like 9 years ago. Like, oh my gosh. I thought that was so funny. I'm like, I remember, just like there were so many, like, 'cause I used to do work out in my mom's house and garage, upstairs, basement, everywhere. And I have some stories about some customers. It's just a really funny and interesting experience. Really cool though. My mom never really cared about me having some customers over to the house, which was awesome. So I was able to run my own little repair shop out of the basement, and I did not have any high-tech equipment like I do now. I had very, I mean, I knew what I was doing though, a little bit, mostly. You know, when it came to, because mostly what I did was mod them. I didn't do a lot of repair for customers. But like sometimes I would do. It just depends, you know. But most of it was like modding and stuff like that. Unlocking disk drives, installing mod chips, downgrading the PS3 to have custom firmware on it, etc., etc. So, but I took just those days at my mom's house were so much fun, and you know, and then obviously I have some videos from back when I was in the garage at my last house, and inside the house in a spare office room. I did work out of the office room there a lot during COVID too. I did that. That was fun. I miss those days sometimes, but it's much better to actually have a shop location so that I can separate work from home, if that makes sense. But sometimes it kind of sucks, because if I need to solder something and it's kind of big at home, I you know, I had my soldering stuff at home so I could just do it, but now I gotta bring it to work and climb up a set of stairs with it if it's heavy, which that kind of sucks. My wife was talking about possibly getting, you know, having us buy another soldering iron and microscope to have at home, but yeah, it is what it is. It's probably best. Taco Bell chair. The old Taco Bell chair. No, you're doing desperate putting it in a franchise for a shop. Oh my gosh. No, so I honestly don't know where it came from, to be honest. Dad's had it here for God knows how long. I think we have two of them, but let me double check. We might not. I think it's just one. Hold on. Nope. We have two of them. There are two chairs. Oh my goodness. I haven't stood up in forever. What's up, Serge? How are you? Yeah, we have 2 Taco Bell chairs, and they've been here for God knows how long. I don't know, something like that. So there actually used to be a Subway downstairs, but there was never a Taco Bell to my knowledge. So I don't really know where or how they got here. Downstairs right now there is an IHOP. There's an IHOP downstairs, so maybe we'll smuggle some chairs from there at another time. We have a random green chair that we probably got from downstairs. Because it's a truck stop, and sometimes they circle things out in and out sometimes. There used to be an old restaurant that was there years ago, and now that's gone. And then they have the IHOP down there, and like they did so many remodels, so like stuff sometimes just comes up the stairs and puts in the hallway, and they just leave it there for years and then ends up in our office or something. I think that's kind of how it happened. But I don't know where, because the nearest Taco Bell is like, gosh, it's like maybe a mile and a half down the road from here. So, well, roughly like a mile. And I'm like, how in the world did Taco Bell share 2 of them, for a matter of fact? Get over here. It doesn't make sense. I don't understand it. So yeah, the other chair, we have this one other chair that came from another room, and it's all ripped up, and then that one has like some cushion on it, and then there's this green chair right here that we have. That chair, it's just a regular chair, just like the Taco Bell one, except how in the world do we have it? I don't know. When this shop does close down one day, if it ever does, if it doesn't take off, it will probably close down. But if it ever does close down, I'm definitely taking both Taco Bell chairs with me. As uncomfortable as they can be, I'm definitely taking them with me. I don't know. I don't know how they should up here. I still don't. It's really funny though. It's really funny. Oh my gosh, so many memories here. I grew up here. Well, not in this particular spot. Actually, technically, yes. This area here that we're in right now used to be the like accounting office up here. Well, it depends, Robert. Where at? There's if you're talking about that piece of equipment up there, that is I believe it's an oscilloscope, a digital oscilloscope. That is not a power supply. Most of this stuff is all radio stuff. Yeah, that's an oscilloscope up there. I'm about 99% sure. I'll double check though. It's a waveform. It's a waveform generator and a digital oscilloscope. That's what it is. For sure. I know they are not. The chair is pretty bold. Dude, for real. Like, I'll say this right now. There was a random chair that showed up the other day. This was like months ago now. The chair wasn't there for probably about 4 months ago. It showed up, and it's a computer desk chair. It's tore up though. It's not in good shape. No one's taken it downstairs or gotten rid of it, but it showed up there one day. And then we have a desk out here, like, cause there's a hallway. There's like 2 hallways here. There's a desk chair there. There's a desk, and then there's a showcase right next to it. I think it was Dad's old showcase. So I'm like random things, stranger things have happened here. Like, they just random things show up. We probably do have ghosts at this point. Oh dang. I've seen some of the videos from like the coder on CEX and maybe a few other YouTubers, but wow. Okay, so 125 US roughly. But at the same time, the quality of work is probably absolute trash. Is what I'm guessing. Yeah, prosecuting thieves. Yeah, I feel like if we were really like stealing stuff from Taco Bell, we probably would have stole more than chairs. But to be honest, I don't know where they came from or how they showed up. But my guess, of course, is they probably just ended up in the hallway or ended up downstairs somehow. And somehow they ended up in this room. I don't know. Like, to be honest, this desk here, I don't even know how this got here. I think this was in the room when Dad moved in. Originally, Dad's shop was actually in room 18, which is just down the hall. And, I mean, he's seen days where the shop, people were lined up. I remember, I've seen days where Dad had literally people lined up down the stairs here. I mean, out the hallway and down the stairs, doing CB radio work. I would say he's one of the best, if not the best in the country. My dad definitely knows his stuff when it comes to CB radios and electronics and understanding all of that. It's insane. I'm not speaking just because he's my dad, but I'm being completely transparent and honest. Yeah, he's really good. I'm not gonna say that my dad's not the best. He in my eyes, he's the best because there's no one that does and has the amount of knowledge that he has. It's just nuts. But of course, it's like the Bruce Lee thing. I think he's the best, but you know, he'll never admit to being the best, of course. Oh, I know, right? They really understand electronics because electronics nowadays are way more complex than what they used to be. And so I feel like trying to learn electronics sometimes on newer stuff is a bit of a challenge. Sometimes. Alright guys, I'm going to check and see. Do we have our do my bits come in from iFixit? Okay, hold on. I'm trying to make sure I got the right email here. Here we are. Check the tracking number. No worries, Micro. And package is still out for delivery. I'm still waiting for it. Still hasn't delivered, which I'm kind of shocked. Usually stuff delivers really early, around like 11:30 noon at the latest. Old tech or young tech in an old body. Yeah, I feel that, man. I'm technically still a young tech though. Yeah, a lot refused to do surface mount. Yeah. No worries, boys. You guys are awesome. Don't let that old body get you down. We're all getting old. Even though I'm still young. Technically young. I mean, I think young is like early 20s, and now I'm in my mid 20s. I'm already complaining about it, even though I probably shouldn't. I don't know. I'm whatever. It's whatever. Jimmy, you talking about like two different texts and do like a podcast type of thing? That would be fun. I was actually in a podcast like that once. If you want to check it out, I'll post a link. Give me one sec. Give me 1 second. I will post the link, yeah. Or at least it was here. Unless they deleted their videos. It's almost like they deleted videos or something. Why can't I find it? Oh, here it is. I found it now. It's a live stream. Okay. I gotta click on the video, get the link. Got it. Mad respect for you, Micro. I won't speak on it if it offends you. But yeah, there's a link. I did I feel like I talked more than I probably should. I was in the beginning. I feel like I talked a little bit too much compared to what I should have talked, but it is what it is. I like to talk sometimes, and I can go on tangents forever. Sometimes if I'm like, I feel like I'm like a more extroverted person, so I can talk forever. But then like when I'm in like my downtime, I just like decompress. But you know, it just depends. Just depends on where I'm at, how I'm feeling that day. But yeah, I can take a 5-minute conversation, turn it into an hour for sure, which is a blessing and a curse sometimes. Maybe for live streaming it's a little bit better, but you know, it is what it is. Micro, do you have a repair page on Google by chance? That's what's up. Have you ever gotten a bad review on there? Even if, not saying that you do bad work, by the way, just from an angry customer, have you ever had one that was bad? Oh, that's what's up. See, I have, out of my 16 reviews, I have a 4.9, and one of the reviews was from a guy that I just took a little too long on his repair, and so he was like, great repairs, but took too long or something like that. Or what did he say? Said something like that. And then the other, he gave me 4 stars. And then another guy, he said, great repairs, but hard to find because I'm upstairs in a really weird location. So 4 stars. I'm like, dude, I wish I could give you a 5. I wish I could get a 5-star from you, but at the same time, I almost feel like, you know, maybe having a few 4 stars is good. I don't know. I try. But that's actually nearly 25 years in retail and dealing with people. What do you mean when you say you have a bit of an edge? Is that like a good thing, a bad thing, a mediocre thing, a great thing? What would you say? I'm like trying to understand that. If you could explain it in layman's terms, because my brain is maybe not working as well as it probably could today. Yeah, you know what's funny about that is when I started working at T-Mobile just this last year, because it's all psychological stuff, and understanding how to, you know, we actually learned a lot about giving customers good expectations and not promising, you know, under promising or under promise, over deliver is the key, instead of over promising and under delivering, which gives the customer a bad experience. So that's awesome that you know how to do that really well, because that's one thing I still try to, I feel like I will jumble around with my words a lot, which is never a good thing with a customer, I feel. You should always try to have good communication. My communication skills sometimes are really, really lacking. But I mean, I guess it does take time. It takes time to get good at relaying information. But that's awesome that you're able to communicate with customers in a good way. That's a special skill for sure. RB Retro Bronco, that is Mr. Robert from what I remember. Try to keep my ties. And who is who? All right, dude. This thing is still charging, and it's literally been like 3 or 4 hours. What if I just leave it on the charger overnight and then the light never changes? It just always stays on. Mr. Old Robert. You could just say, because for real, you are Mr. Awesome Robert. So to be honest with you, no worries, dude. Or instead of old, well experienced, well thought through with thorough wisdom, Robert. Instead, I try to be nice. Try to think through it. Package is still out for delivery. It's still not here yet. Oh, hang on, boys. I actually have a business call, so I'm gonna mute myself, okay? Hang on, just a few minutes.
Hey guys, I'm finally back. I just read a couple of your guys' comments chasing AMA. Come hang out and look at a chair. I'm so dead. You guys are so funny. I had to take a business call, potential doing repairs for another shop, which I'm excited about. I can't get into too much detail right now, but yeah, I'm excited. I didn't mean to keep you guys waiting too long. I'm really sorry about that. But yeah, I had to take that call. But anyway, I figured there'd be we could do one more thing before I end the live stream because I'm probably going to be out of here in the next half hour. So let me see here real quick. All right, hang on one second. Okay. Okay, let me double check here. All right. I have a few for switch. I did a Rossman. Oh yeah. Does Rossman sometimes go live and then just point the camera at a chair? That's so funny. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to leave you guys hanging for so long. You guys obviously don't have to stick around, but if you want to, you can. You know, that's kind of how I look at it for right now. That's so funny. Let me see. I gotta double check again and see if my package finally got delivered or not. Because it gets delivered downstairs. I forgot to mention that. Out for delivery, expected by 6:15 p.m. Dude, I'm not expecting it all today. It's probably not going to get delivered. Or if it does, it'll probably get delivered after I leave here. Which I'm actually going to leave early. So right now, I just switched business hours to appointment only at this point, since I'm going to be probably doing work for another shop. Which is totally cool because I'll be coming here after work to do repairs for customers. Or on days when I am not working at the other place, if that's the case. But if you guys want, I have some old YouTube channels from when I was younger, and if you guys want, I'll show them to you. That'd be interesting. I don't know if you guys are interested in that. If not, no worries. If you guys want to see some old YouTube channels, I will show you. I don't even know if I could set it up on the fly or not. Maybe. Let me see here. I might be able to set it up here. Let's add. I'm trying to see how I can fix this here. Hang on. Properties. Let's see, where is, oh, here we are. So we could do, we need to put this one on the bottom. So how about we delete this, wherever it is.
Can you guys hear me now? Is that... I did kind of break it, didn't I? Oh my gosh. Alright, let's see here.
Okay, can you see and hear me now? I did kind of break it. A customer came in at the same time, just so you know. I read some of your guys's. I didn't realize that some of the audio didn't work. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I'm working. I'm trying to make it work. All right. So there we go. We need. Okay. Maybe next time I'll do this when I'm not already live streaming. There we go. You can just put me up in the corner. There. That's better. Alright. So now that I fixed it. Oh, double audio. That's not good.
There we go. Thank you. That should be better, I'm guessing, right? Kill the camera audio. I'm so sorry, Micro. I'm so sorry, everyone. Okay, I think we're good here now. If you guys want, we can take a look at some of my old YouTube channels real fast. Because I'll probably head out in like a half hour. Okay, well, that was a mess. That was a mess. I'm so sorry. Okay. Now that that is done. So, I used to have a YouTube channel called Weed Eater Dude, and I promise it has nothing to do with marijuana at all. It had everything to do with me being interested in small engine repair. Do you guys want me to click on it? Do you want to see it? You want to see this? Hold on, let me move this over here so I can see chat. So sorry, you guys. What's up, Ruggers Customs? All right. Yeah, you guys want to see this? I'd rather you guys say yes or no. That way I could kind of... Yeah, the videos were crap, but I loved YouTube, so that's why I made the channel. I actually have more than this. I have this channel. Oh my gosh. Okay, so this was my first channel. It was called Weed Eater Dude. I was really interested in weed whackers and I had this obsession of putting an engine on a bike, and so I ended up making this channel. So I'll click on it, and I'm really obsessed with Back to the Future. I love the movie Back to the Future. Honestly, I'm going to just take this, copy the link. I'm just going to post it in chat at a later date. If you guys want to see the videos there, it's super cringe to watch them. But I had a mini bike back then. Yeah, that was interesting stuff. Okay, let's see here. I've got this channel, and then I have this channel here. This channel I posted way more stuff on. Wow, I have a lot of videos. Not that many, but a few. This was, so Weed Eater Dude 1 was the second channel. 1 sub. Wait, oh, was Weed Eater Dude 1 just 1 sub? 1 subscriber? I wonder who it is. I don't think I have access to this channel anymore. 1 sub. This one has 5 subs though. Yeah, I'll put this one in chat too if you guys want to watch it. Go to that channel and hang out if you want. That's fun. So there's the first channel, second channel. This channel, in 2010 and 11, I had this obsession with trying to put an engine on a bike, and I was not successful until 2012, 2013. And the videos from that time I posted on Facebook. Oh, you know what? No, one of them I posted on YouTube, which I'll actually go to. Let me think. Then there was this channel, DeLorean 302. Oh yeah, here's one. Okay. This channel, I have 29 subscribers. That's what's up. I didn't even know about that. This video here, the one with the please help me with my intercept. So that one, my first Android phone was a Samsung Intercept, and this one I accidentally flashed a stock ROM to it and kind of screwed it up. And I don't really remember exactly how I screwed it up, but I screwed it up really bad, where the phone, all it would do is turn on and just vibrate. No, one got 6 subs. You guys are my 14, 15-year-old self would be so happy. So this one was a cool video. The iPhone video was cool. This was my homemade leaf. Oh wow, this has 4,000 views on it. Oh my gosh, this homemade leaf blower friction scooter. I'm gonna turn off the audio here. Let's see. I think I recorded this with a iPod Touch. So it's essentially a leaf blower that has a bicycle peg, right? And when you start to kick forward with the bike, it ends up basically making the engine want to fire. Thanks, Mike. You guys are too good to me. This design didn't work super well because of the angled steel, I think is what I used, and it just didn't have good compression on that tire, and the peg itself was very smooth, so that didn't work either. So ended up I think this barely ever worked. I think it worked like once or twice, but I used this engine on multiple other projects since then. But that's basically how it worked. It's like a GoPed if you're familiar with gas-powered scooters. This video is actually kind of cool. It's gonna be vertical video, so I'm sorry for you that don't like vertical video, but I was so happy with the way my iPhone was at the time. This was an iPhone 4. That's loading. Oh, why does my internet suck? Oops. My Whacker Dude channel. You guys are too good to me. It's so crazy now, but this was what my iPhone looked like 10 years ago in October of 2012. And I used to listen to all this music when I was a kid. Did you build it from scratch? The engine, mock-up, and everything, yeah, I did. Funny thing, this was a tweak for iOS jailbreaking called SB settings, and this is basically your quick toggle settings that didn't exist back on iOS. This would have been like iOS 5 or probably iOS 5 something, because iOS 6 I don't think came out until late 2012 or 2013, something like that. Yeah, thank you, dude. Back when I was trying to work on, because I didn't quite understand exploits enough, there was a really cool thing you could do with a PS3 where you could modify a save game file and actually load custom commands into a game. And so I was trying to load a file inside of the game, maybe to overload the game and load it, but that never worked. I tried. That was fun though. Okay, let me think here. We got one more, I think. This one is really bad. It's not bad physically, it's just the cringe. The cringe is worse than all of these other channels. It's this one. All right, you guys ready for this? I think this is the last of our channels right here. I just have these 2 videos here. There was a cover of me doing, oh, what's it? So your dream was flying a skateboard. Dude, honestly, the hoverboard from Back to the Future was a dream when I was a kid, and then when I found that it was just fake and it wasn't real, I was very sad. The other thing is, yeah, so there's this video. It's me doing a cover with my friend Isaac, and we're covering the song American Idiot. But the funny thing is, American Idiot by Green Day, if you listen to it, you have to listen to it at like 1.5 speed or 2 times speed for it to sound like the original song, because it was so, we played it so slow at the time. So funny. Listening to the bottom cover, you know, I really feel that song, but the guitar was so out of tune. But I mean, that's just me being critical of myself. But I don't know if I have an about or any channels. Oh, this is cool. So if you see, like, birthday year is 1996, and my old PSN for PlayStation was iPod Hacker 1996, and that account got banned because I used custom firmware on a PS3 online, and I got that account banned, which was so sad. But I used to play online, and this is a channel with a guy that had a jailbroken PS3, and so he actually had me as his co-host. Let me see here. At the time, yeah, there I am running around. This was on PS3 at the time, back in 2012. Crazy. Oh my gosh. Anyway, so that's basically it. Let me see here. So yeah, that's all of my YouTube channels in one. Maybe I'll cover them more in depth in another video or something, but at least for now, that'll probably be it with the YouTube channel. I had this obsession with making videos on YouTube for the longest time, and so I'm really happy that the channel that I have now is doing as well as it is. Like, I could have never guessed that I would have, as of current, over 3,000 subscribers. That's crazy to me. But, you know, I feel like, you know, with like dedication and a little bit of consistency and just a drive in the dark times, it's, you know, because you can get depressed in life, and, you know, sometimes it can take a toll on you, you know, and you're like, well, my video only got 21 views, I'm just not going to even do it, you know, and those are those times where it's just like, at least for me, I was like, you know what? No, I'm going to keep doing it. I'm going to keep pushing. I'm going to keep trying. I'm going to figure out why, what makes a good video. What is going to make the algorithm push this video? What is going to work for YouTube? And so that was my obsession. So, you know, it ended up working. You know, it has worked as much as it has. I can't believe I've live streamed for this long. It's the longest stream I've done so far. I don't think I'll ever compare to David with Computer Booter. He is the man when it comes to streaming all day, every day. That I could never do that. But when I do get a chance to stream, I love to stream just to talk to you guys, because it makes my day a lot easier to go through, especially there's not a lot going on. While you guys were off camera for a minute, customer came and picked up the 360 that I worked on, and then another customer came in to talk about some CB radio work, possibly. So that was cool, nonetheless. So we've had 2 customers in all day, but that's no problem. So I'm gonna switch my hours now to just being here by appointment, and I'll probably still come up here every day, nonetheless, at the same time. But you know, just put it by appointment on Google, so it'll just work out better that way. All right. Okay, guys. Well, Yeah. Wait. Let me double check. I gotta check and see if package is here. No, still not here. Still out for delivery. We've been waiting since I got here today. What is this? Goodness gracious. What was I gonna say? Okay, so as far as the motorized vehicles went, I did one. I think I no, 3 or 4 I did. I've done 3 or 4 successful ones that worked for a little bit and then eventually died. 3 or 4 that actually worked. Doing a motorized bike is easier than a motorized scooter in my opinion. But I love the idea of motorized scooters. They're like, I love it. Anything motorized is cool. Anything with a motor is just awesome. I love engines when it comes to that. I probably could have went in and been a mechanic, but to be honest, I like working on motherboards a little too much, to be honest with you. I would much rather fix a motherboard than fix a car. What's that? Oh. Were you guys talking about... I don't know if you guys were talking about music or something up here. I missed so many conversations. So funny. Let me see real quick. Well, guys, let me see. Oh, I know, right? That's awesome. That's awesome. I feel like most people in this field could probably learn to fix an engine at some point if they ever got into it. I feel like, when you do stuff like this, you got to be kind of mechanically minded, in my opinion. So this thing has been on the charger literally for hours and has never stopped charging. So either there's something wrong with this one, or it does. This is like 8 volts at. Yeah, I mean it's still going, still charging. But I mean it's pretty strong. It feels like now. I do, Mike. I do. I have a sweet passion for Colin. He is amazing, literally. I'm guessing if you know who he is, you might have a love for him too, or his channel. Yeah, he's awesome. He is super cool. Yeah, I don't know how it's geared, but that's a lot of horsepower, my guy. I mean, there were some cases where I could take a 30cc engine and do, over 30 miles an hour, roughly. I had a GoPed Geosport at one point, and that thing could get up to, with somebody my size, all the way up to probably about between 21 22 miles an hour, and that was like a 21cc engine. The thing was so small. Well, I can only imagine having, because that engine's probably like 2 horsepower, maybe. Not even that. I don't know, something like that. I'll leave you with with this. I'm probably gonna head off here in just a few minutes, guys. That's so funny, dude. Honestly, I couldn't imagine being, or I mean, how fast would you say it goes? What would you say roughly? The type of person I am is I like to push something and see what it can do, what it's capable of. That's my thing. But it's never a good thing to do that. I mean, well, for me, like, okay, for instance, like I'll give you an example. So like, for like an HDMI connector or something, I want to, or like, for instance, I'll give it a good wiggle before I send it out with the customer, because I want to make sure that it's not going to break in connection with a little tap or anything, or I like to test it to make sure that it's not going to break on its way out. I want to make sure that whatever it is, it's solid and it's going to be good to go. At least that's like my thoughts on things. I have to look it up. Let's look it up. Swedish 160. Oh, you're probably talking about is it kilometers per hour for you? I'm guessing, because if that's the case, then it's roughly about 100 miles an hour, roughly. Hey, just saying, 100 miles an hour on one of those things is ridiculously fast. The fastest I've ever gone on something was it was like a Yamaha 250, or I think it was a 250 enduro bike, like an all-terrain bike, and the fastest it would go was 64. That was the fastest I'd ever ridden something, and that was awesome. The next fastest I rode something was my nephew's four-wheeler, which was just like a couple weeks ago, and that it topped out at 60. It was kind of sad because that thing could go for longer. That thing was able to push and go faster, but unfortunately it topped out at 60. Oh dang! I think the one that my nephew had was a 570 cc, something like that. But yeah, 1000 cc, dude. Yeah, that you can tell that thing could probably push even faster. I wouldn't want to go faster than 100 on that either, dude. That would be so scary. I don't know how some people do it with motorcycles, man. It'd just be basically like flying. I couldn't imagine. Alright guys, well, we pretty much concluded the day. My hours were till 6, but I'm gonna leave here tonight at 5:30. Tonight anyway, because I want to get home. I'm tired. We did nothing today. Absolutely. Well, actually we did. We live streamed, so we did something. I did something today. And then of course the customer picked up his Xbox, which that was great. So let's see here. Dude, I couldn't imagine going that fast on deep snow. The fastest I would go on deep snow is like 45 at the most. I would never go faster than that. So That's crazy. Ski in the air, we laugh and have fun. Yeah, dude. That takes some guts, my friend. But I'll probably be back in tomorrow again at 11:30. You know, depending on what's going on. We'll see. I don't know if we'll see if another video comes out. I feel like as far as videos go, I'm on a basis of like I might release a video every 2 weeks at the most. Nothing after 2 weeks, at least for me right now. I would rather release a video that, you know, and I don't want to release something that's doesn't have anything of value. I want to release something that at least has something to give. Absolutely, Cryptic. Thank you for hanging out, buddy. All of you guys. So the way I'm kind of doing videos right now is at least once a week to once every 2 weeks, or, you know, maybe a live stream in the mixture of that. It's kind of, live streams are going to be random. So if you do catch me on a live stream, awesome. If you don't, I'm sorry, maybe next time. I mean, I don't mean to be mean. Not being mean, just, you know, hopefully next time you can catch me, you know. Looking forward to it. Yeah, I appreciate you, Cryptic. You're awesome, buddy. And even if you so dude, Robert, you're too sweet to me, man. All of you guys. I really appreciate every one of you. I figured if I'm gonna be here, like, if I feel like I'm not gonna get any calls, usually I get calls in the morning, like right before I come into work. So and sometimes I get them midday too, but it just depends on the day. Usually Wednesdays, Thursdays, and sometimes Fridays it's dead. Monday, Tuesdays, it's, you know, it slams pretty hard. So you know, if I'm not busy on a day where I'm probably going to be sitting here most of the day, I won't mind live streaming. And eventually I might do some radio stuff too for you guys. I did mention, at least in a video, that I would be doing a live stream, or not a live stream, a video with maybe I'll show a video on how to tune the transmit circuit on a CB radio. Now, in specific, I'll probably be only doing videos right now with Cobra 29s because that's the radio that I'm most familiar with right now. And I'd rather not spread information, you know, because being as big as I am on YouTube right now, I would hate to spread information that is not quite correct online. I would rather make sure that the information is as correct as it can be from coming from me. It's just best for everybody, you know. So I go based off of, with CVs, I go based off of, this is what I know, you know. And there are schematics and troubleshooting and proper ways to tune things online. So that's all available information. But, you know, I can show you how to use the equipment. My dad's been showing me roughly how to use some of the stuff. So, yeah, we'll kind of have to go from there. But eventually I'll probably push out a video on how to tune the receive circuit on a CB radio, how to tune the transmit circuit, etc., and how to fix some common issues with them. That would be fun. I do have a Facebook. I do have a Facebook page, but it's just a business page. If you guys want, before I go, because I'm gonna be leaving in 5 minutes, so I'll probably end the stream here in a second. I'm gonna look for the Discord here. Where is it? Okay. So if you guys have Discord, let me see. I don't know how I kind of screwed this up, but whatever. I don't know how I don't know how this works exactly, but you can probably search Chase Fournier and find me on Discord. Yeah. Let me see here. I don't know how Discord works exactly, but it just says Chase Fournier server, and I have general and repair in their text channels. So I'm not sure exactly how it works all, but you guys are 100% free to join and hang out there if you want. And I can probably post maybe on there and maybe on the YouTube community section, let you guys know when I'm going live. So Yeah, absolutely. If you have Discord, you just search my name on Discord, I think, and then you can find it. I'm super new to Discord, so I do apologize. But I do what I can for you guys. But all right, guys, thank you so much. Thank you guys for tuning in. You guys are all amazing. Every one of you, even you guys that hung out during the time that you guys were looking at a chair with no audio. You guys are amazing. So, all right, I will see you guys probably. I'll probably go live every so often, every like week or at some point. I'll let you guys know. Search didn't work for me. Okay, so probably let me look here. Okay, let's see. How do I wonder if there's a way to make myself live or something, or like to where you guys can find it. Let me see. Settings. Enable community. So I may need to set up a community thing, maybe. Okay, hang on one second. Okay. So I set up a community thing, I think. I don't know if that worked or not. I'm so unfamiliar with it. Take it easy, Robert. The name and the numbers after the hash might not be okay. Let me see here. Okay, it's chasefournierrepairs.info. It's just spelled out just like this. U-R-N-I-E-R. Just like that. And it looks like this, if you can see. Lower the brightness here. Looks just like that. Chase Fournier 4530. Okay, got it. Okay, cool. So yeah, you guys are more than welcome to jump on. And if you want, if it's not working or however, just send me an email and I'll do my best to get it working so we can all chat on there and I can let you guys know and go from there. All right, guys, I'm going home. I'll see you guys in the next repair stream. And this thing is still charging. It's been charging all stream, which has been like almost 5 hours. So whatever, I don't even know anymore. I'm afraid to leave it plugged in overnight. If it'll explode or something. I don't know. Maybe I'll unplug it because I feel like 5 hours is probably charged by this point. I mean, come on. That's ridiculous. Okay. All right, guys. I'll see ya. Take care and have an awesome rest of your day.